That would help. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Today is August 18th, 2015, and this is a regular meeting of the members of the New York State Liquor Authority. In attendance is Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim, General Counsel Flug, CEO Bryan, and myself, Secretary Held. The next meeting dates are set. We have a meeting tomorrow, August 19th, and September dates are going to be Tuesday the 1st, Wednesday the 9th, and Monday the 21st. We will have these posted on our website if they're not already on there. All meetings are held in our New York City office with video conferencing available at our other office locations. Items will be called and the orders are signed in. First in Buffalo, then Albany, then here in New York City. When your matter has been called, please approach the podium and state your name clearly for the record. Please note there will be no oral argument on any matter wherein a 500-foot law hearing was held or a full disciplinary hearing was held by our hearing bureau. As a matter of courtesy, we do ask you to silence your cell phones. Prior to the first item being called, council has requested 3 items to be called. They are items number 1743, The Wine Guy, 1742, Bottled Blowout Wine and Liquor, and 1741, Carry All Wines and Liquor.
Good morning. Francis Buscemi for the licensees. With me today is Joan Volpe from Bottle Blowout Wine and Liquor and her husband John Volpe from The Wine Guy, Inc. This is a conditional no contest plea which we've bundled concerning 3 stores. The other stores Carry All Wine and Liquor, Inc. The offer is cancellation and bond on Carry All and Bottle Blowout, and a $50,000 civil penalty on The Wine Guy.
Members, these charges of the interlocking interests are usually and typically in the industry a concern when stores are owned by several family members. And these licensees were invited to a meeting with the authority that Chairman Rosen held approximately a year and a half ago with numerous licensees where several family members all own licenses, and these issues were discussed and were told that they were not permitted. At that point, the licensees could have come and self-reported themselves to the agency and chose not to, and the result is these disciplinary cases.
When you say that Chairman Rosen spoke with them directly as well, they were part of the
There
group?
was a meeting of approximately 40 licensees, all who were relatives who owned licenses.
And was
package store licenses and grocery stores.
Particular applicant was
These
present?
applicants were invited because of this pending investigation.
Got it.
So tell me why I shouldn't cancel the third one.
I think obviously mistakes were made. It was foolish. I don't think it was anticipated that it started out that way. It's a hard-working family. The mother did start Carry All herself many years ago and worked that store for a good many years. Then her son, John, got involved with her at the store and wanted to expand, went into another store, and then that store became his wife's. They should have kept up the firewalls. It was foolish that they didn't. It was something that could have been handled, making sure that the signatories on accounts were separate and apart and things of that nature. It didn't happen. We're asking that the sole surviving store be permitted to continue to operate. Obviously, the type of violation can't occur anymore since there aren't any other stores other than the one, Mr. Chairman. There's a tremendous investment that was made with regard to the last store, the Wine Guy. Building was purchased, and this is the livelihood for the family.
And I understand that. My issue is the meeting that was held and the fact that there wasn't a second meeting where he came in and said, listen, I've been doing this. I want to make it right. Let's go forward from here. I mean, I'm going to treat somebody a little bit better that does that, particularly when they're warned, than I would on an instance where you sit there, have that conversation, and then he walks away and basically says, I don't care.
I understand. I wasn't at the meeting. I don't know exactly what.
Well, misrepresenting that meeting, Jeff?
No, the meeting was allegations from retail associations against stores where family members of interlocking interests, of co-op buying, of joint advertising, all those issues were discussed, and it was laid out what is permissible and what isn't permissible.
How long ago was that meeting?
About a year and a half ago. I don't have the exact date with me.
I mean, it's just, it's, you are not making the playing field level here by doing what they did, and having one is a privilege. A lot of people are here trying to get one. You have three in the family, and that's legal. That's fine. Everybody has their own name legally on it. But to take advantage and then to come here afterwards when you get caught red-handed to say, okay, we'll close down two of the, I don't know if they're the smaller ones, and we want to keep the bigger one. It just seems like we're rewarding bad behavior.
Commissioner Kim, I don't know, and again, I wasn't at the meeting, but I don't know that my clients were specifically advised, if you're violating, come forward and discuss it with us. I don't think that
What was their understanding of what came out of the meeting?
came out of the meeting, that the Chairman Rosen at the time was.
Can I hear from them, by the way?
Sorry?
May I hear from them directly if they were at the meeting? I just would like to know.
Yeah, come
Oh, please come up and state your name for the record, please.
My name is John Volpe. Chairman Rosen held the meeting. He was talking about how to level the playing field, and then the meeting delved into the grocery stores that were there. We're talking about, wine and grocery stores. So I was never advised to, come forward or anything like that.
The topic wasn't wine and grocery stores. The topic went to co-advertising between
No, the topic wasn't,
flyers.
but there was a gentleman that owned a grocery store, and he
Yes,
dominated
Morton
the meeting, and
Williams.
The meeting, I think, went off track,
We
Was
talked,
co-op buying discussed?
at the meeting?
Yeah.
No.
absolutely co-op buying was discussed.
Were you there, Council?
Yes, I think I sat about 10 feet from this gentleman.
Was this investigation going on at that time?
Yes, it was. I had specifically added their name to the meeting list because of the investigation.
No.
Council's office does support the CNC that's here, just raising the issues of this was an egregious violation. Mr. Volpe was the only signatory on the other two stores for many years, the sole signatory. The licensees had no access to their own business's bank account. We are closing the two stores. I think Mr. Volpe does understand how egregious this was and the errors.
Again, the license, just is a point of, the licensee, I mean, there's this talk that there was an ongoing investigation at the time. The licensee wasn't aware of that. That wasn't, the licensee.
I know that.
Well, they shouldn't be
Okay, so,
aware
I mean,
of if
they
they're-
went to the meeting,
That's
could
why
they have,
we're at the
could, but they didn't know it. They didn't know it, Mr. I'm not, absolutely, but there wasn't a discussion of come forward, let's discuss this, you're being investigated. So,
I mean, we go out of our way to enforce that rule that you can only have, one person can only have one license. And there's a lot of enforcement resources that take place. And again, if you came here and that meeting hadn't taken place, I'd be very sympathetic. And I understand this is their livelihood and this is their business. But when you behave in such an egregious manner to come here, it seems so unfair to all the other people who abide by this rule and go out of their way to abide by this rule. So for me, I really, I have cancel and bond for the first two as you've offered. I accept those two offers, 1741, 1742, and I have cancel and bond for 1743 as well, a counter.
I would ask you to reconsider, Commissioner Kim. I mean, none of these stores, I mean, and I'm not saying this is not egregious violations, but these are not stores that sell minors, that operate after hours, none of that. I mean, and these stores have been around for a long time, and no other types of violations have taken place at these stores that I can recall. I mean, I don't know
Commissioner,
what
Counsel's
record you
office
have
did
on-
negotiate this settlement and does support it. We're just attempting to stress the serious nature of these charges.
I'm okay with the settlement, myself.
So what happens now?
If it's not accepted, it goes back to council's office for a hearing. Council's office does urge the members to accept the offer as what was negotiated with Mr. Buscemi. We did add the additional condition that's not on your agenda sheet, that when they do obtain a liquidator's permit for bottle blowout and carry all, that they cannot sell that inventory to Wine Guy. It has to be sold to independent
Right.
licensees.
We'll abide by that, and that's why I'm just asking for 30 days from date of the vote in which to liquidate, time to liquidate the assets of the two stores.
JNC? The only mitigating factor here is that they've held a license since '95 in one of the stores, and they have no adverse history, and they've held another one since 2005, and they have no adverse history, and the third one since 2010. But, and I understand it's been negotiated, $50,000, and the cancellation of the two just doesn't seem severe enough of a penalty given the circumstances. Again, if we hadn't had that meeting, I'd accept this and we'd be done. But I mean, how many, just given the resources, limited resources that we have as an agency, this is why we have these meetings, to inform people, to give people a chance to come out and explain. And when you get caught, it's just, I don't know.
Commissioner Kim then, and
Sure.
and I understand your point. Believe me, I understand your point. Would it have been that difficult, though, to be very direct with the licensees and say, look, if this is going on, we want you to come to us? I'm not saying, look, and I'm not saying I'm not saying my clients are idiots.
Well, that's
but,
shifting the
time
blame
and
on
time
the
again, I
agency
deal
for
with
saying that we didn't
I deal with very
clarify.
successful business people.
No, I get
that
it, but
just-
you're shifting the blame onto the agency, saying we didn't
I'm
spell
not-
it out
believe
as they
I-
walked through the door. We should have had a huge sign: "Admit your guilt now." I mean,
I'm not saying, I'm not shifting the blame. I'm not saying they shouldn't have come forward, but, just a little prodding.
We don't have
might-
time to prod everybody.
Yeah,
The meeting was really putting it out there, to warning everybody. I think that was a stretch, because we don't have the resources to do meetings like that all over the state.
let's see.
If you wanted to raise the
Yeah, there has
the
to
civil
be-
penalty, council's office would support that too.
Well, I think there has to be some sort of, at least a suspension involved here as well. I just, yeah, I think
Suspension
that,
on a liquor store is,
well,
just,
on a
it's
liquor.
the only thing left. It's the only thing that they're going to have left to support their family.
I get-
Once you go
I-
into a suspension
I
situation.
get that,
on a
but when
liquor
you
store,
go into this
it's-
egregious behavior of
use your-
co-op buying, and we have these laws in place for a reason. I'm sympathetic to them personally, but how is it to all the other people in the state who are abiding by this rule and law, and and then when they get caught, they just come in and say, okay, we'll turn over the other one or two or three and keep at least the flagship one. It's just, and we'd be standing here going through the same exercise over and over again. So to me,
Commissioner, the allegation of co-op buying is what started the investigation. We were not able to substantiate that. The charges are simply the interlocking interests.
it's really interlocking interest in the availing, basically, right? So, which are very serious. We
Correct. I
we
just wanted
cancel
to be
people's
clear.
licenses
understand that.
every week for that. So,
And the licenses are being canceled. But you didn't, and all the books and records were brought into Albany.
I mean, I'll take the
All the
50, but
records
there's
were
got to be
gone.
a suspension involved, and even if it's 10 days.
You didn't,
It's either that or, I came down from cancel
Look,
and
I'm just-
bond based on the circumstances here, and only because their adverse history is so clean, and this is where we're at this particular time. But
Okay.
I'll take the 50,000 and a 10-day suspension.
I'll agree with that.
Look, it's like going on vacation, putting a sign up, right, and saying you're away from the
all
during.
right, thank you,
Okay.
thank you.
Accept that?
Yes, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that's,
All right, go to Buffalo, 1788. It's Beecliff Incorporated. I did not pull that for you.
Hello, I'm Carrie Beagle. I'm with West Edge Restaurant and Lounge in Rochester, New York. And regarding the wine stations, so that at the restaurant they can be self-service for the guests. So I would just like to give a little background. I have a polished casual restaurant. We do a full service menu 7 days a week. And these 2 wine tasting stations.
I'm sorry, what kind of a restaurant?
Polished casual.
Polished casual.
Yes, polished casual.
1788.
So the wine stations that I'm looking right now, they are behind the bar for staff service. So I'm looking to put this technology for the guests in the lounge area directly across from my host stand. So I'm 10 years tip certified, and I just want to assure, the liquor authority that, will be responsible monitoring and proper use of the wine station technology.
So how would you specifically monitor? I get it when they're buying the tokens, they have to show ID to show they're 21, and then you sell tokens to those people, right? And then when they go over to the, am I right now? I'm sorry, it's not a token, it's a card.
No, yes, it's a smart card technology.
Right. I'm sorry, it's a smart card. Yeah, no. So they go over to the machines, and is there someone standing by the machines themselves?
10 feet away. So at our host stand, 10 feet away. And they do have to turn in their license to obtain the smart card, as well as starting a tab. And then it will, after 3 presses of the machine, whether it's a 1 ounce or a standard pour of 5, their card automatically deactivates. So to continue using the machine, they will have to then see that tip certified employee again to reactivate their card.
So the layout of the actual station, how many stations will there be?
Just 2, and they're side by side in 1 location.
And how many wines in each machine?
4 bottles, so a total of 8 New York wines, yes.
8. So it's 2, so people would kind of line up, go up, and then do their transaction. And then you're saying that the person who pays them the card actually has a booth or a stand watching, clear line of sight to the machine?
Yes, the point of sale is right at the bar POS station, and our host stand and bar POS are side by side, and it's directly across from the wine tasting stations.
10 feet away, you said?
Yes.
Unobstructed, right? Unobstructed view?
Unobstructed, yes.
All right, I'm okay then. Okay, I mean, we've done this in the past. I mentioned tokens. I think there was another licensee who came before us that we approved that used tokens for similar purposes. And as long as there's a good procedure in place that the person actually getting the wine out of the machines is the person who bought the smart card, then I'm okay with this. So I'll approve.
I approve as well.
Good luck.
All right, thank you so much.
Is there anyone else in Buffalo?
Nothing else in Buffalo.
Okay, thank you. In Albany, 1783, LaGrange Wine and Liquors.
Good morning, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim. My name is Christopher Coleman. I'm the attorney for the applicant.
Good morning, my name is Mike Tuzecker. I'm the owner of LaGrange Wine and Liquors.
And with us also is Robert Malik Jr. He's the vice president of the landlord for the subject premises.
Is there anybody there in protest?
No, sir, there's not.
There's someone right here.
Why don't we hear from them first?
Sure. Of course.
You can come up. We have 2 here.
My name is Patricia O'Shea, and I'm directly across the street from the spot that LaGrange would like to put their store. I've sent some information regarding the fact there are 17 stores within 10 miles, and there have been other stores that have come in close by and have lasted less than a year. We have been in our plaza for 60 years, so we just are questioning the need for another store in our area, and we're just here to listen to what you guys are thinking. I don't begrudge him a store somewhere, but he literally is directly across the street. And I brought a longtime employee who's been with me for 22 years, He's been down this road and seen other stores come and go because they're too close to each other.
Which store, what's your name of your store?
Hudson Plaza Wines and Spirits, or Scappy Junior Incorporated.
Oh, okay.
Are you in the same shopping mall or no?
No, but it's directly across the
Across
street.
the street.
And this is a commercial district, correct, this road? There's a lot of plazas on the road?
Yes, but we also have been driven by IBM, which is laying
Right.
off people right and left, and the number of people that are continuing to be in the area is ever decreasing, so sales are going to really be affected by all these changes in the Poughkeepsie area. Been 7 shootings and a lot of crime in the 12601 area code lately, so the demographics are ever changing.
You're in the town of Poughkeepsie, though, right?
Yes,
The city is,
within 2 miles of
right,
the
now I'm
city.
familiar with Poughkeepsie. The city is the problem.
The city is the problem, but, it does spread out to all around the area.
Do you have any questions? And how big is the plaza you're in,
How would you describe?
as far as stores?
There's probably,
2 big anchors, Price Chopper, TJ Maxx, and then several little stores in between, probably about 10.
well, and then we have a dialysis center that's taking up at least a third of the plaza.
And he's moving to what basically is a mall, correct?
No, he's moving it across the street to another plaza.
Okay. But it's there's an indoor part of it, or no?
His is an indoor plaza, yes. Ours is an outdoor plaza.
Okay. Any questions for them?
Anything you want to add?
Just that,
What's your name?
my name's Charles DeMonte, longtime employee. Worked there for 22 years. Started out part-time, worked all these years, raised my family, embedded in the community, we've worked a lot of relationships over the years and everything like that, and worked hard to get our business where it is, and we're a small business, only one owned, of course, and just to go directly across the street, I don't know what the added benefit to community is, with so many liquor stores in the community as well, and, I just hate to see now our business suffer because of this, and, we may have to lay off employees depending on the severity of how bad this hurts our business. We hire seniors, we hire college students working their way through college and stuff like that. We do a lot of donations in the community, sponsor a lot of events, try to help the community along and stuff like that, and that will be affected if, our business is affected as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
We wait or sit down?
You can sit down.
Thank you.
So what are you adding that this store we just heard from doesn't have?
Chairman, I would like to just address 2 points that that Ms. O'Shea brought up, which the chairman also noticed. This is in the town of Poughkeepsie. This is in a developed commercial business, retail, industrial strip on Route 9, the most populated road, most used road in the county. The DOT figures we sent down show that in the 1 mile stretch between Spackenkill, which is essentially the IBM facility just to the south, and Beechwood Avenue is 64,190 cars a day, according to the 2008 DOT figures. This isn't across the street. This is a 4-lane divided highway with traffic lights for turn lanes. The opposition is in a shopping plaza. We are in a larger shopping plaza across the street. People traveling north on Route 9 will be able to pull into the plaza that we are in. There are numerous anchor stores there, from Stop and Shop, TGI Fridays, Wendy's, U-Haul, Chase Bank, Marshalls, Modell's, Sleepy's, Toys R Us, Verizon, Barnes & Noble, People's United Bank, IHOP, Michael's Crafts, a bunch of other stores, about 18 other stores. These are large commercial shopping areas. Public convenience is served by allowing people traveling up Route 9 North to come into the shopping plaza where we're located without having to make the turn lines or miss it and go to Beechwood and turn around. The store that we're proposing is an indoor mall, but the landlord and the tenant have agreed to install an outdoor door so people will be able to go do their food shopping, go park their car, walk in, get a bottle of wine or liquor, get in their car, get back on Route 9 without inconvenience, unnecessary inconvenience. If people are traveling south on Route 9, they can do the opposite with across the street on the other applicant's store. I would note that the other applicant's gross sales figures in 2011 are just over 1.5 million. As of 2014, almost 1.75 million dollars. This is a 6,000 square foot floor that they are operating. We're looking at a 1,550 square foot floor. While it may impact their business, they are certainly a substantial operation, and I believe be able to weather anything we're able to do in terms of competition. But the standard really is public convenience and the needs of the public, and I think that in this particular area, in this particular road, we will be able to provide that, and that's, I think, our essential argument.
I don't really have anything. Is there anything in the product mix that's going to be different?
I don't believe so. We're looking at a 1,550 square foot store. We're going to have storage on site. We're not going to have a large enough selection. I think that that's going to make a substantial difference. We're going to try to offer premium products, but that's as far as we've gone into that. We don't have a 6,000 square foot floor that would allow us to make a significant portion of the store devoted to a particular product.
And why is he moving from LaGrange? What was, I see his lease was terminated. There's no other buildings suitable?
No, in that particular plaza, there was an A&P. A&P has had its own troubles, and as it had troubles, the traffic into that plaza deteriorated and affected my client's business. We tried to find a location nearby, but one that would have anchor stores, as this one does, with a sufficient traffic coming and going, traffic population to make sure that it succeeds. He ran the store from 2008 in LaGrange without any incident, no adverse history, runs it himself, he's on site, he's an on-site manager, but eventually the traffic just wasn't enough to support the business. So we went looking for a location in the geographic area. It's within, I think, about 7 or 8 miles, but a place where there's enough traffic. Route 9, as the chairman well knows, is the busiest commercial street in Dutchess County. And we tried to find a location that would satisfy those criteria and justify another liquor store. We think that this location will.
Okay. You had something you wanted to add?
Quick, no, where he was, there's a store that's still there called Sherrell's Liquor. Like,
Can you speak in the
I'm sorry,
microphone?
I apologize. There is a store, not directly across the street, but within 0.1 miles of what his previous store was, called Sherrell's Liquor. And I don't know if that had an impact on his business there. And so I don't know why moving, like I said, directly across the street.
How many miles is that? That's significant, right?
From where they were 0.1 miles from the other store.
No, where,
Where they were, about 11 miles away
11?
from us.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Away
Okay.
from us, that's all.
We also are not 6,000 square feet. We are in a space, a showroom of maybe 3,000. The rest is just backroom space that they give us. It's storage for displays and things like that. It's not product display.
Okay, thank you.
Judge, I'm just reading from I'm sorry, Judge. Chairman, I'm just reading from that gross sales letter. It indicates 6,000 square feet. But again, if they have additional space for storage, that's certainly more than we have, and seems like double the size of our store in any event.
Yeah, I understand that. Okay.
I mean, within 4.2 miles is a significant number. There's 6 stores, and they're about 14,000 square feet of space that's already there. You know, yes, go ahead.
Commissioner, if I might. There are stores listed within that distance that are in the city of Poughkeepsie. I don't know if you're familiar with the area there, but the city of Poughkeepsie is a much different neighborhood and urban-style neighborhood than the town is. You'll notice none of the city licensees are here opposing it. I don't believe we're going to have any impact on that. There's a very different demographic, and I don't think there's going to be interference in that way. With respect to stores on Route 9, I understand why the opposition is here, and I get that. And you've got the other letter of protest. I understand that from a gentleman whose store is right in front of the Poughkeepsie Galleria Mall, which is the largest mall in Dutchess County. He's in a shopping plaza right in front. And although they're opposing as well by letter, their traffic is more people going to the mall who are going to go to the mall and have a liquor store there. I think that's fine. I don't think we're going to necessarily impact that too much. But people leaving the commercial district and heading to the city or heading north or heading south down towards the mall will have the opportunity to use both these stores, again, without having to cross a 4-lane highway.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you have any other questions?
Well, I'm running.
You know, the distance just, I'm not so much worried about, you know, sales are increasing. Obviously, the demand is there. There is some convenience to being an interior of the mall, but it's 413 feet away, and I just don't know if adding 1,500 more square feet with the same product mix is going to that much add to the public convenience advantage enough to warrant 413 feet away. That's what we have here. On Google.
I use the lamp system.
What does your lamp say?
Close at 800.
Okay.
But in any event, again, although the opposition indicated this was walking distance, practically, people don't walk across a 4-lane highway.
That's true. That's true.
I don't think the impact is so much the distance in terms of if you were walking there. I would understand that. In New York City, that would make a significant difference. But on a 4-lane highway, people are going to have to come up and either, if they're going north, get into a turn lane and then cut across, do the shopping, then come back and find a turn lane that gets them back onto Route 9 North instead of south, or make a turnaround, or not. But with respect to the plazas that are on either side of the street, they're significant. They both have anchor stores. They both have large shopping centers.
So they're on opposite sides of the main road, correct?
Opposite sides of
Okay.
what?
On the south road, they're on opposite sides, right? Go one direction and the other direction, north and south, okay.
Right, and
That's the 4 lanes right here.
Across the
They're
street from it.
here, and this is her.
All right, so, and they're both within malls, okay. So, based on that, I will approve.
I approve as well.
thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Secretary Hill, can you repeat that?
1753. Rhinebeck Enterprises, High Peaks Wine and Spirits.
Hello, my name is James M. Donardi, the owner of High Peaks Wine and Liquor.
Good morning, my name's Ralph Lewis. I'm the attorney for the store.
So who is Joe that was mentioned as one of the 3 owners by one of the employees?
Joe, he's just a friend of mine that when I found the ad for the store in the Times Union, they're friends of mine, and they just helped me, get the store straightened out and, to acquire the store. They're just lifelong friends. They're just people to help me out to get the store.
So how's he compensated for helping you out?
He's not compensated. It's just, if he needed a favor, I would help him just like you would do for a neighbor or something like that. It's just that, they're just friends that we help each other. If somebody needs a hand with something in a business or something, we help each other out. But the store, this is my retirement. The store is me and my wife's retirement, because me and my wife don't have a retirement. When I found this store, this is something that we're going to be working in our 60s, because we're going to have to work till our 70s.
And you live in Kinderhook?
No, right now I just moved in with my mother because she's 87, so we're just helping out with her right now. But what we're planning on doing is, I didn't plan on having to watch over my mother right now, but it's happened. But what we're planning on doing is me and my wife retiring. I'm in the refrigeration business right now, and in November the business is sold to a gentleman in the city. Has bought it, so that closes in November, and then I plan on going up there to work the store till my mother, a nursing home, or she passes. But right now that we didn't plan on this, with taking care of her. But,
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
But then you had Miss Leach, who had all access to the accounts and was running the business and had her name on the Department of Labor paperwork, when it says here on the personal questionnaire that she was actually a wage investigator at the Department of Labor. None of this seems to make sense.
She went from one job to the other, I believe, and there was a hearing held as to whether she could have 2 employments, one with the state and one helping out in the store. And they finally said, no, you can't have both. So she left the Department of Labor, went back to her original job. And we had filed a personal questionnaire for her. We're going to bring her aboard, but she is going to be done at the end of this month. She'll have no further contact or connection with the store.
But how'd her name wind up on your company's Department of Labor filings? And how is it that she's had the full access to the bank account and paying the bills and paying herself without your client even knowing what she's doing?
Well, I believe my client knew what she was doing. I mean, maybe didn't realize that the name on the accounts was a violation.
My statement here is that he had no idea how much Miss Leach was paying herself.
Ms. Leach says that she pays herself whenever the business can afford it, and she uses her personal credit card to purchase supplies for the store and pays the balance of her credit card with funds from the business's bank account via electronic transfers, meaning she has full control. And unless your client has been monitoring the bank accounts, you would have no idea.
Nobody can, the banking account is in my name. I'm the only signature on the bank account sheet. We're allowing her to pay electronically to pay the bills, but the bank account is in my name. No one else can sign a check. That's other than electronically, she pays the bills. Just like if I had any accounting firm, if I hired a bookkeeper or somebody like my Foster's business, my bookkeeper, my bookkeeper pays all the bills. I'm out working. My bookkeeper for my refrigeration business, he pays all my bills. I don't.
Our investigation showed that Ms. Leach filed the articles of organization, the tax returns, the certificate of assumed name, the workers' compensation, the wholesale receipts, all have her name on it.
Yeah.
What do you do for the business?
What do I do? I have all the cameras for the store are at my home. I watch the store from my cameras. I monitor. I have every night all the sales are downloaded to my computer. So I go on the computer at 10:58. All the sales are downloaded to my computer. I go in, check what the sales were for the day, what the margins are at, to see what they're discounting. I watch to make sure that there's no theft going on by customers or by employees. Because, like I say, I have a large screen in my home, and either I'm monitoring it or my wife's monitoring it. I go up to the store, check on the store, speak with the staff just to make sure that everything's going well. I have a very good staff right now, and like I say, that is me and my wife plan on going up and running this business. My wife's going to take over the books and monitor all that because she used to be a bookkeeper for a newspaper years ago, so I'm going to just have her take over the books and do that.
And how did you split the profits with Ms. Leach then?
I take a disbursement every week. I get a pay. A lot of times she would not really get a pay. Sometimes if there was enough there, she would take a little bit of money. But if you look at the amounts, I would be getting a lot more than what she was getting. I was lucky if I had to hire an attorney to set up the corporation and do the liquor license, all that. At the time, I didn't have that type of money to do that, so she helped me out. Like I say, Joe, Elaine, we're all kind of friends that, if each other need a hand with something
No, I understand that, but so you're saying in the beginning it wasn't even that you invested more than she did that entitles you of a bigger profit. No, you said she paid. You said she helped you pay for the articles to set up the legal entity and all of the filings of the paperwork. That's in a lot of startups. That's a significant part of the initial capital. So you didn't put much in because you're saying you didn't have money. But then at the end of the day, she's there every day, and she's a great friend, and that's great. But you're there watching. You're watching on the screen, but you're getting a higher profit. I'm just trying to understand the relationship that you have business-wise.
Ms. Leach has no financial investment in the business. She's got an accounting background. That's why she set up.
No, she doesn't have a financial interest except that she initially paid for the startup of the entity, which
I think she was reimbursed that by my client.
Right.
He laid all the money out for the filing fees and all of that
all
stuff.
the insurances. I put my house up as collateral because I had to borrow money to purchase the store, the inventory. I put my home up as collateral.
Didn't he say that she put up the money?
Nobody put it.
Reimbursed her.
Oh, so you reimbursed her? You have records of reimbursing her?
Yes,
Specifically for this, not just by her taking money out when there was money in the business?
Yes, initially when I looked at the store, I paid her to go up, to look at the store, to go through the books to see if there was any value, if the business was of any value to buy. And she sat down with her and she gave me the advice of this is what the sales are, this is what you can make. I put my home, I'm responsible for anything. I got a 20-year lease. If I lose the store, basically I lose my home.
Where's
My home in Kinderhook is, nobody else has anything of assets up. I'm the one with the assets that are tied to that business, that if the business is taken away, I basically, my home in Kinderhook is on the line. You know, I have an asset that I had to put up.
where did Joe give you any money?
No,
Does he get any money?
no. You know what, I'm in the middle of trying to get out of this refrigeration business.
We understand that. The problem is that your workers at the store indicated that there were 3 owners.
You know why? Because when they would stop in, they never realized. I don't know how they ever, just because, you know, if Joe stopped in there and it's just to check on the store, if they were up that way on vacation, because, you know, like Joe and Elaine used to be boyfriend, girlfriend. If they were up there on a weekend or something, I would ask them to stop in and check on the store because they would go up there. So they would stop in. So, you know, the manager just kind of thought, I guess, without realizing I'm the owner and I own the store.
I think the employees assumed a lot of things without any basis in fact.
Well, no basis in fact, except that Elaine's there all the time and just taking profits out. She doesn't get compensated by a salary. And same with Joe, it seems. He's there a lot of times working, and he's not getting compensated. So the way you describe the scenario, a reasonable person could conclude that you put up the initial investment by putting your house up. You put up the money, and then they're putting up sweat equity by being in the... May I finish, please? So they put up the sweat equity by being there, and they're owners because she has full access to the bank account. You say that you're the only one who can sign checks. Well, in this modern world with the electronic funds, if you're giving her access to go in and send out checks to herself, that's just the same as signing checks as well. You've given her your passcode, you've given her your username ID, and that's the equivalent to giving her signatory powers over your checks.
But I do that with my refrigeration business. My bookkeeper pays all my bills and everything. It's the same thing, but my bookkeeper doesn't own my refrigeration company.
Yeah, but you didn't have her on the application. This is a regulated industry you're in.
This isn't refrigerators, it's alcohol. It's a controlled substance.
Is she on it now?
But she doesn't own the store.
We got the personal questionnaire. So if she's going to be added as a manager, we have the personal questionnaire for her.
And she's going to be a manager going forward?
No, she's out. She's getting out.
Done at the end of the month.
So who's running the store now?
Danny is my manager.
And how's he getting compensated?
She gets paid. She gets a salary every week. She's paid.
Is she ordering the product and paying for the product?
Yeah, she's ordering all the product. She's running store, and Elaine has transferred a lot of these input and everything is over to Danny. She's running everything and she's doing the hiring. Matter of fact, Danny just hired another employee because one's leaving and going back to Mississippi to go to work for a company. So he's leaving. She does all the hiring. So
is there anybody else there with you today? Because I believe you told Deputy Counsel Ogden that there was a woman who was appearing with you today.
No, that was Elaine Leach. She's not going to appear today. She just said we filed the personal questionnaire for her, and she decided it was probably best for everybody that she just terminate her relationship in full by the end of this month.
That happened this morning?
No.
I found out a couple days ago, over the weekend, I believe. I had sent a letter to Ms. Ogden last week that I had received indicating she was winding down. I think those were the terms that she used in winding down her participation in the business. And with everything going on, they decided it's best she just terminate it forthwith.
Okay. Again, another veiling case.
They're not going to be at this. They're not going to be involved at all. Going to the store, nothing. I just never realized you could have friends help you and cause this much grief. Everybody's just stepped away. If this is an issue, me and my wife will just basically, we're going to run it. And like I say, once everything transpires, we're going to move up there and run the store. This is our retirement.
All right, I'll accept the $6,000.
I'll accept the $6,000 as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
1786 B-Gen LLC.
Good morning. My name is Brian Mellis. I am the BGN LLC member, and I'm here
Yeah, I am
to
too.
answer any questions you may have.
Is there anybody up there in protest?
No, there's not.
All right, I approve.
I approve as well.
Good luck.
Thank you.
1835 T&B Enterprises of Rockland. That has been pulled. It's near the bottom of the pile that you have in front of you.
Hi, my name is Alba Jimenez, and I'm coming from TMB's grocery store.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Ronald Koppelman. I'm of counsel to Schloss and Schloss. With Jonathan Schloss here also. We thought we had advised the client to go here, which is 45 minutes away. Instead, they Googled, put it in, got the Albany address, set their GPS, and they ended up going up to Albany. And I was just having a little heart attack about 10 minutes ago.
Oh, you didn't know she was up there?
Well, I recognized, I said, strong the glasses, but what's going on? But we cleared it up. So she's here, wonderful science. In any event, we're here to have this application approved. Ms. Jimenez decided to purchase this grocery store, but she wanted to turn it into a restaurant with a grocery store. It's been a long-established grocery store in that community, but she felt that she would like to run a little restaurant so that the people can come in, have some lunch, breakfast, dinner, go in to the shelving and bring home some stuff for a couple of days from the grocery store like they always did. There's no big supermarkets nearby. So we believe it's good public convenience, an advantage to have her be allowed to do this for the community and for herself and make a nice business out of it. About 2 months ago, we went to closing. The seller was unfortunately not happy with what had transpired with an original denial. There was reconsideration, was granted, and we made a few changes and amended the plan to make sure that the authority was happy or satisfied, I should say, with the layout and that it's a real restaurant there with it's going to be, full restaurant and a kitchen. And it took a while, and the seller said, I'm tired of this, buy the place. She did, went to closing, has been operating the store as strictly as a grocery, no alcohol, of course, and now we're here and we're requesting that you approve this application.
What changed?
I'm sorry.
You said something changed before the reconsideration.
Yes, the original plan, if I'm correct, we had them take down, in the plan, we had Ms. Jimenez review the plan with us. We took down a wall that was going to be going up where certain shelving was, so we added 2 full tables that would handle 8 more people. All right, and we believe there was a misconception by the original examiner as to what constituted a restaurant. They only decided that it was 4 tables.
Well, I think they also had a problem with the menu.
Well, we changed the menu completely.
Did you change the menu?
Oh, yes, we submitted an amended menu with a lot more things in it.
Yeah, there's a more
Oh,
expanded
sure.
menu in the packet.
Oh, sure. We did what we had to
They
do
were
to.
very, very right in denying the application, but I do see.
Okay. All right, I have no problem with this.
Me neither.
All right, you're approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jimenez. You may now drive home.
Is there anyone else in Albany?
No, there's not.
Thanks, Cindy.
Thank you.
1795 Soul in Motion Entertainment.
Morning. Good morning, Stacy Weiss, for Soul in Motion. It was a 500-foot hearing.
Do we
I'm
have
here
any-
with
I'm
my
sorry.
clients. They had gone to the community board, and they were not heard by the community board at all. They refused to hear them. And I had spoken to the community board also, and wanted to meet with them and to discuss their application. The community board also told me in no uncertain terms, they didn't want to speak with me either. They said, go to the liquor authority and let the liquor authority decide the application. They didn't want to make a decision on it. And it pretty much is there's 3 places in the area, and if you have any questions for my clients, we'd be happy to answer them.
Is there anyone from the community board here today?
There was really no opposition even at the meeting, at the 500-foot hearing. There's no opposition.
Yeah, but the community board unanimously opposes it.
There was absolutely no, when my clients went to, I was at the meeting, my clients were at the meeting, they didn't want to hear anything. They refused to listen to anything.
Why do you think that is? Do you have any guesses as to why they were reacting that way?
Absolutely no reason why. They just didn't want to hear anything at all.
From you or just from anybody?
Anybody.
You mean any of the
I
other?
wasn't at the meeting. My client was at the meeting.
Do you have any guesses as to why they didn't want to hear you at all?
Good morning. My name is Arlene Ralph. I am the co-owner along with Andrea Charles of Soul in Motion LLC. That particular night we went to the community board meeting. We weren't represented by council. Although I'm an attorney, I don't practice in that field. So I did put my application in by myself. So I decided that I'm going to go to the meeting. So I went to the meeting, and it was very crowded. There was a lot of people there. It was, I believe we were like supposed to be heard at 7, and it ended up we stayed there until 10. Everybody was walking out. Everybody was just frustrated. They had a big.
Was this the general meeting or was this the?
General board meeting, but it was.
But what about the committee, the liquor committee of the community board?
No, it's not a liquor committee. It's just a regular community board general meeting.
Oh, that's why they don't hear you, because every community board.
The one they call for the liquor meeting, isn't it?
Every community board usually has subcommittees, and there's a liquor committee, one committee that's subcommittee that's in charge of handling licenses. So if you show up at the general meeting, which does run 3-4 hours at a time, they won't let you talk. They have a public forum, 2 minutes, 1 minute session, but you don't really talk about specific cases. So obviously you weren't at the right meeting. Well, you weren't there.
Yeah, but it was on the calendar. It was calendared for that matter.
For a vote or for?
Yeah, it was calendared for.
Right, which means they already had a decision on the subcommittee, and then at the general meeting they do a vote. That's what they usually have. Okay.
It was on for that meeting. That was the correct meeting they were at.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So we, we had a concept that we were about. We're not about. We're about a particular age group of people over 40. My background is, as I said, I'm an attorney, but I do love music, and I decided that we were going to do something for people who really don't really go out much, like my age group, over 50, over 40, like that. We were going to play vinyl records. If anybody remembers vinyl, 45s and LPs, that's what we were going to do. I didn't get a chance to say anything because they said they couldn't take it up.
You were on the agenda, though.
Yes. So basically what we were about is.
Did you hear them vote that night?
Yes, we heard it, yeah.
And they voted against you?
Yes.
What, have you soundproofed the interior?
Yes, we have done all of that. We're in the process of getting that done, soundproofing for the place. My co-owner, Andrea Charles, she has a few words to say to you.
Well, I have a couple more questions. Because I'm familiar with your concept. The submission is very complete, so I don't.
Okay, thank you.
What are your hours going to be?
My hours will be Sunday to Wednesday. It's going to be from 4 p.m. to 1 a.m.
And then Thursday through Saturday?
Thursday's 4 to 2, and Friday is 2 to 4, and Saturday is 12 to 4.
They're a little bit different than what's in there. We would like to change them.
Okay. And are you in opposition? No. Oh, he's with you. Okay.
No, there are
He raised his hand, so I don't know if he wanted to say something or. Oh, okay.
And is he another owner, or?
No, well, actually, we're friends, and he collects records
Oh,
like I
okay,
do.
okay. So Wednesday through Sunday, you're 4 to 1, Friday, you're 4 to 2, Friday, you're 2 to 4, and Saturday, you're 2 to 4.
Yes.
12 to 4.
12 to 4, I'm sorry.
12 to 4.
Sunday through Wednesday was 4 to 1.
Right.
And then
I believe Sunday's 12 to 12, sorry.
Sunday is 12 to 12.
Yeah, 12, sorry.
Monday through Wednesday is
4 to 1.
4 to 1. Thursday, 4 to 2.
4 to 2.
Friday, 2 to 4. And
Okay.
Saturday, 12 to 4.
12 to 4.
And then also, I just want to make one more thing clear. We had amended the application to add a DJ, which I had submitted that became an issue. I submitted a new notice to the community board, certified return receipt, back on July 2nd. The amended notice, certified return receipt.
Yeah, well, I don't think you amending it to add the DJ is going to make them for it even,
Well,
more.
I know
They're
it
going to be
did.
more against it.
I know it did, but I mentioned, I wanted to make sure that
Sure.
I did amend it.
Okay.
Because they didn't want to speak to me at all. But I know I had to do that because
Because if you're doing vinyl records, don't you need someone constantly that are switching the records up, or do they have a?
I do it too, myself.
All right.
I play sometimes, I play, he plays, it's, our concept of DJ is not what the young crowd consider to be
Not
a
scratching.
DJ.
It's not a
It's not
scratching.
like okay, you're gonna play this loud music and scratch it. No, we put on vinyl records on turntables that's ancient.
which are worth a lot of money.
Oh no, I'm old enough to know.
Yeah, I'm
vinyl
not
records.
that young.
It's not the 45 where somebody has to duck. There you go, tell him, sir.
I had records. No.
You sell it to them. Right?
These are worth a lot of money. These are not,
Yeah.
you're not scratching these, and,
No,
it's loud playing, it's nice music.
Yeah, no, I get
This is
that.
the type of place where people come and have a conversation, and they're not yelling over the music. This is, music that you listen to. This is, why don't you name a couple of the type of music?
And stuff, only 5 copies. I have 2, something like that. It's like
Yeah.
showing
Bragging
off the
rights.
old stuff.
Right, we're talking about, nice music and easy listening music.
And in your diagram on the ground floor, there's tables down the middle, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know if you have the diagram in front of you. Those 2-seater tables, are those ever going to be removed? Because if you did, that would open up a big dance space.
Oh, no dancing.
No
absolutely
No dancing?
No dancing, absolutely not. No.
After what? After 9?
No,
No
absolutely.
dancing.
Oh, absolutely not.
No. I have no dancing. The space isn't that big. It's not that wide. This isn't drawn to scale. It's not that. Believe me, I've been there. It's not wide
It's
at
only
all.
17 feet wide.
It's not a wide space.
All right.
Not at all.
Mike Jones was just calling the community board just to find out that they were at the right. I just feel like if
Oh, by the way, can I make one more? Can I just
Hold
say
on
one
one
more
second.
thing?
Hold on.
Yeah.
I asked Mike to find out,
I wanna
were
talk
they
about-
at the right
yeah.
community board
I
meeting, and do they have a real reason for denying?
Because I want to
Not
mention
just as a
something else
500
too.
Yeah, it's the only, their letter
Don't have any
indicates it was
reason.
500 foot, that's it.
Just so you know, Club Freeze is gone. Now, Club Freeze is the closest place right next door. It's gone. It's out of business. And that was one of the things that there was 4 places.
did they surrender their license?
It's gone. It's inactive. Gone. And that's the one that's 90 feet away in the same shopping mall.
What?
Gone.
Yes, I
Okay.
thought that was for an enforcement question.
Just for the
Um,
record.
For the
yeah,
record.
East Savoy is on today.
Yeah, he's a voice
It's
on today too.
And that's that's the one that had another issue, and that's on for today. Now, East Savoy has issues, but they're a little further away, but Freeze is in the same shopping center.
We
They're
have that
gone.
license.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay?
Canceled.
And
8/7.
that leaves only 3 places.
So Commissioner Kim just wants to check on the community board situation. Can we just second call this?
Yes, please.
Okay?
1836A, Rockland Wine and Liquor.
Good morning, Ronald Koppelman of Council de Schloss and Schloss, and Jonathan Schloss here also on behalf of the applicant.
Is there anyone in protest? Yes. Why don't we hear from them first?
Good morning. Leonard Fogelman, attorney for 4 of the liquor stores in the general neighborhood. And we have a rather unified opposition because of the plethora of stores within 5 miles. And we have another attorney with us who's representing one of the other stores, and he has submitted a diagram showing how many stores?
Roughly 2 dozen.
So
So can you just tell us the 5 stores that are here?
Yes. Why don't you all identify yourselves and which stores you represent, please? Give them your name and the name of your store and your approximate distance.
Yeah, hi. My name is
Speak
Charles.
in the mic.
Hi. Good morning, everybody. My name is Charles Chen. I own the store called ACE Liquor and Wine, located on the 34 North Middletown Road, Nanuet.
Okay.
It's a new store I tried to open. It's cross street of my store, approximately about 1,000 feet, something like that. You see, my store just opened last October, so we working, so try very hard, So I don't think this is a big store we open. It's so near, so close us. Well, not just hurt, it's kill us. So I going to oppose it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks.
22,000 square feet.
And then the other one they own is 22,000.
Hello, my name is Dave Cho. I'm owner of the Spring Valley Wine and Spirit. It's operating under DBA as Paradise Wine and Liquor.
What's the name of it?
The DBA is Paradise. The name is Spring Valley Wine and Spirits.
Okay.
My name is Dongjin Kim, from New Spring Valley Liquor Store owner.
That's New Spring Valley Liquor Corp.
Okay.
I'm Michelle Costanzo from Liquor Outlet, which is
Okay.
approximately 1 mile from where the store is planning to open.
Hi, I'm Rangit Vijayakumar. My store is in Saffron. It's called RV King, DBS Liquorland.
Say, you got to speak louder. I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, my store name is Liquorland. The company
Liquorland.
name is RV King.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead, Mr. Fogelman.
So, aside from the fact that we have all these people here protesting, we also have presented you with written material showing the distances with at least 10 stores within about 4 miles and 25 stores within 10 miles. In addition, as far as the demographics are concerned, the population is rather steady, but in nearby towns such as Muncie and Spring Valley, there's been a large influx of Hasidic Jewish community folks, and these people who in the past have shopped in these stores before the Hasidic people have moved in, now the Hasidic people are no longer shopping in any of these stores because they shop in stores that are only kosher wine stores. So we have a drop in the number of people who are shopping in the existing stores. In addition, in the community very close by on the border of Nanuet and Pearl River, there used to be, for many decades, Letterly Labs, which was bought by Pfizer in 2009. Letterly employed thousands of people originally, and then when Letterly sold to Pfizer, Pfizer started a downsizing, which continues to this date. I'm not even sure if they are at all, if they're open, still open, but they're down to, if they are open, they're down to a very few number of people working. So that many more people not shopping in the general vicinity. This is the applicant's store is taking over where Barnes & Noble was, a 22,000 square foot store. A mega store like that certainly will cause detriment to all of these folks. But there's nothing much that they will carry that will be different than any of these stores carry. And we have, the distances are really close. I mean, Ace Liquors, who's here, is about 4/10 of a mile. Liquor Outlet is 1 mile away. Spring Valley Wine and Spirits is 1.1 mile away, and New Spring Valley Liquor is 1.3 miles away. So I don't see anything that would enable this new store to have any public convenience for anybody who lives in the neighborhood. Anybody who lives in the area has a wide variety of stores to go into at the present time. Thank you.
My name is Larry Schwartz. I'm here on behalf of RVK Inc. My client introduced himself a little while ago. The store is known as Liquorland. It's in Airmont. It's located on Route 59, a little over 5 miles from the site that's being proposed. The applicant's proposal I submit will not in any way meet or enhance any public convenience or advantage. I had submitted a map to the board showing roughly 26 liquor stores that are in the vicinity that residents have access to. They're currently providing among those stores a full range of products, high-end, low-end, mid-end of all types. Frankly, this mega store that's being proposed is not going to add anything to the mix. I think we'll just simply suck the life out of those stores that are around it without adding anything for the community's benefit, and my client strongly opposes the application.
Does your client have classroom space in their current store?
I don't believe there's, is there classroom space? There's no actual classroom space, but they do tastings in there, they do presentations there, they do them in local restaurants in addition. So those types of services are provided.
They do it in local restaurants? You know, I don't think that's legal.
Well,
if you're a package store, you can't go out.
They're not selling, but what's that?
I'm sorry, you have to come to the mic. I can't hear you. No, you don't. All right, forget it. But the point is, you can't be taking, a package store can't take their wines and take it off premises and do tastings. And even if they're not, you just said they were taking it to the restaurants. They can't sell it to the restaurants either.
I understand.
Retailers can't sell to other retailers.
But let's move on.
Let's move on. But anyway, it's just an education piece for all of you.
Withdraw his statement.
I'll withdraw.
Right.
I'll withdraw that statement. Point is that they do tastings.
Anyway, so they do some tastings. Thank you.
As does Liquor Outlet LLC at 61 Rockland Center.
Got it.
I'm not sure if the other ones do. Perhaps if they do.
Does Liquor Outlet have a classroom space? But you do tastings? Okay. How often do you do those tastings? Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Fogelman. Mr. Fogelman.
Okay.
Does not have this trade name on file. It's in no DBA, so you might want to address that with them.
Well, let's talk about the teaching and the wine tasting.
Well, let's first talk about your client sold his store to his son.
Okay, that's correct. Not his father, his son. That's correct.
That's what he said.
That's what I said, isn't it?
Yes, but Mr. Fogelman said it was his father.
Oh, okay. But that was recent, correct?
It was recently, yes.
And now he wants to open another one that's even bigger.
That was the plan for him. He decided that there's only one place in Rockland County that a store like this can open, where it is now, in that shopping center. You can't put it across the street in that new plaza.
Well, what was wrong with the store he had?
I mean, with his son.
Yeah.
Didn't want it anymore. He wanted to open this up. He wants to go into a new venture, his last venture, and do it. In order to do that, by law, he knew that they had to sell out to his son. He did. He sold out.
And how big was the store, the old store?
I don't know.
Approximately.
10,000.
Excuse me, could I just have all of you just go up against the wall, please? Thank you. Just give them some.
10,000 square feet, Mr. Chairman.
10,000?
The store in White Plains, or Hartsdale, wherever it is.
Westchester Wine
Westchester,
Warehouse.
yes. Is 10,000 square feet, and it's been around several years. And 13 years, thank you. I don't know anything about that store. And he decided that he would like to do this, so he disenfranchised himself, sold his business, his share of the business, to his son for $850,000 or something. I had no knowledge of that deal. And as soon as it went through the State Liquor Authority approval of the corporate change application, he signs the lease, comes see me and Jonathan, and says to us, this is what I plan on doing. There is a store there now, and we made a deal with the landlord to take over that space. And he did. Well, he didn't, because we were waiting for approval. He could do this with your approval. This is his last, he said to me, if I remember correctly, it's his last fling at a business venture. That he plans never to retire, really, but it'll be his last fling.
Well, other than the classes, what's different about what he's doing that these people aren't already doing?
Okay. 10% of this entire floor space will be New York State wine and liquor. You're talking about 22,000, 2,500 square feet of floor space that's going to be utilized for New York State wines.
What percentage of New York State wines do you have in your current warehouse wine? Westchester Wine Warehouse?
Yes.
What percentage of your wine is from New York State?
Before you left.
Yes, it's pretty close to between 8 and 10% of the space.
Right. They work, he plans on working closely with the distributors and with the wineries to bring in the tasting into his place, to be set up properly.
Can you name a couple of the New York State wineries that you've worked with that you plan to put into this location? You can talk to the mic, please.
Brotherhood Winery, Finger Lakes, Wolf Estate from Long Island, Salmon Run. All these wines, I did have it in the previous store, which I sold it to my son, and we have it about at least 150 to 170 different wines, New York State wines, plus maybe about 12 to 15 different gins, of course, from New York, and there's not many vodkas, only 2 maybe, and only maybe a couple of rums. So far,
Thank you.
New York State is pretty behind in vodkas and rums, but they're progressing in gins very rapidly.
I believe that the state of New York, through Governor Cuomo, has made a tremendous effort in the alcohol industry to increase it from wineries, breweries, etc., to increase the income to come into the state of New York. This is one of the last steps, of course. You have the retail stores to distribute it, sell it. My client wants to show people with lessons, with putting in a library, putting in wine tastings consistently to teach people about this. And if they don't buy from him, they'll go buy someplace else. That's fine. But he believes that this will be successful in also taking a lot of business out and away from northern Jersey. You've got Mahwah, Montvale, you've got Woodcliff Lake, Upper Saddle River, and Teaneck. And those towns, many of the people shop in Nanuet. They're just right over the border. My son just bought a home in Montvale. He lives in Fairway, the supermarket. They go to the movies there. They would love to have this type of an operation.
And aside from the New Jersey argument, what else do you have?
Well, what else do I have? I have that, excuse me?
I didn't mean to be rude. I'm just asking because you were going on about New Jersey.
Okay.
We made that point, so I wanted to ask the opposition attorneys a quick question as well, if you were done, but if you have something else.
The only other thing I'd like to say about Ledderly.
Excuse me?
Ledderly, I live in Rockland County, 40 years. And Ledderly is the former place where Mr. Fogelman claims there's almost nobody working there anymore. Well, they're having cutbacks. We had a bad economy in 2008. I pass that place probably twice, 3 times a month on the way to my son's home. Big parking lot, must hold 5, 6, it's plenty filled up with people who still work there.
Well, that may be the case, and I don't know that that's really a major issue in this, but the sales of the other stores wouldn't indicate that that's increasing, because their sales seem decreasing and flat over the last 3 years, so.
Well,
Did you have any?
Of course, Mr. Fogelman never mentioned that one of the stores, the one across the road on the eastbound side, is doing over $12 million a year.
Well, he didn't really need to, because he knows that's in front of us, and I'm aware of that.
Okay. And
He has questions, I think, for the other individuals.
Mr.
Oh, go ahead, yeah.
You'd like to address one issue?
I'd like to address a couple of points that Mr. Fogelman raised in front of Chairman, as well as in his letter. He relied on some hearsay with some racist tinges about, he quoted some anonymous letters that were submitted to the board from an alleged disgruntled employee at Westchester Wines, and he relied on it to say, hey, look, these are a bunch of Indians that are going to be joining together to co-op buy. That couldn't be further from the case, and it shouldn't be given any weight, this hearsay letter. Additionally, Mr. Fogelman discounted the fact that the population in Rockland is rising due to the fact, as it pertains to this, due to the fact that the nearby Hasidic communities don't really shop at stores other than their own. That also has smacks of, has tinges of racist comments. I personally have been representing Hasidic clients, dozens and dozens of them for over a decade
I
now.
think what he said was that they tend to buy kosher wine.
And if there are kosher wines, as this establishment will, they will go wherever it is, whether it's ShopRite or...
But I don't know that that was racially or towards a religious.
So your comment is that Mr. Fogelman, who I happen to know is Jewish, is making a racist comment about Hasidic Jews?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
But you're saying it, so
saying that
that
yes,
you
I'm
would
saying
know
that there
because
are
you're
tinges-
saying
I'm
it.
saying that there are tinges of it when you say specifically that they only shop in Hasidic-owned stores, no matter where they might be. But it's not a major point. I'm not accusing Mr. Fogelman of being a racist. I'm saying that he's inaccurate. I don't know Mr. Fogelman.
All right.
I would not accuse him.
Is that it?
I'm saying that
So-
they do shop elsewhere.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Fogelman. Would you like to say something, sir? Okay. Apologize, Mr. Fogelman.
I just want to mention a couple of things about the store that, though this store is going to be a big one and mega store, but this store is going to be very unique. It's going to be very comfortable to shop. We're going to offer the best prices to the community. We're going to offer classes to educate the community how to buy the wine and where to pair the wine with the food. This is very important for us, for me to mention to you that this is going to be not any ordinary store where people buy a bottle and walk out. I think people are going to enjoy shopping over here. Wide aisles and a lot of information they can get from the store which they can't get it from the other stores. Thank you.
Thank you.
The area is a draw currently, given that the shops at Nanuet is completely revitalized. And we should also mention and point out, as I'm sure you have the letters before you, that we have the support and backing of the county executive, the town supervisor, the state assemblyman, the state senator, as well as the Rockland County EDC, as well as a former president of the New City Chamber of Commerce. All support this store.
Thank you. All right. So I have two questions. One, of your clients, please, sir, what percentage of their wine is New York State, from New York State wines?
Why don't you speak into the mic, okay?
Just roughly, if you can.
Yeah, I have 10% of the New York State.
Can you get to the mic, please?
Yes. I have 10% is New York State wines, and we do deal with a lot of.
What percentage of
10%.
10%. Okay, thank you. What about the rest of you?
I would say that our store has about 10%, but all the wines that the new licensee stated, those are all the wines we carry. So it's nothing new about those New York State wineries.
Okay. And kosher wines. What about kosher wines?
Kosher,
Everybody carries. Okay, just checking.
Well, I don't. And do you all carry New York State wines?
Yes.
Okay.
The Brotherhood Winery, which was mentioned, is in.
Right. Yeah. No, I'm familiar. Okay.
It's just in North Fork, so I know my wines.
Let me just make a couple of comments. Number one, obviously, thank you, Ms. Flug, for defending my
Clarifying what the issue was.
Thank you. There was obviously no intent to have any racist anything concerning any of the Indian owner or the Hasidic population. I don't think that you should approve a store just because they're going to have educational classes. My clients all carry a wide variety of liquor and wine. They all carry New York State wine. Many of these stores have wine tastings, which are educational, obviously. And if someone wants to be educated, they don't need to go to a liquor store to be educated by having classes. Obviously, they can go on the internet and learn anything they want about any liquor or wine products. Thank you.
Thank you. It's Route 59. Is that, how many lanes is that going across? It's on the map here.
That I don't know.
Does anyone know how many lanes this Route 59 right here?
The down where he's trying to open up the store, it's just about 4 lane to 6.
4 on each side?
No, 2 on each side.
2 on each side.
And the road becomes narrow, like two lanes, 1 lane each side.
Oh, I see.
North of
Okay. So it's not a major, I mean, it's a
It's not
major,
like a huge road,
it's a big artery, but no. Okay.
Actually, that's not true. It's 3 lanes on each side, where I would say it's from West Nyack, Central Nyack, up past our store, and once it hits Route 45, then it turns into a 2-lane.
Before that.
But it's 2 lanes on each side, going in each direction.
I got that. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, the additional gentleman who stood up, I believe, Mr. Riley, who does he represent?
Who is he?
I believe that's Mr. Riley, an
I'm ready.
attorney. I'm not sure who.
You ready? Okay. All right, we're ready to vote. I see we just issued a new license in July 2014. Within 1.4 miles, there's about approximately 11,000 square feet of space that's already selling, and I don't see any new product mix that's not being offered now, so I vote to deny.
I vote to deny as well. The sales of the other stores are flat. And as he said, within 1.4 miles, there are 4 stores, one of which is 5,000 square feet already. So I vote to deny. I mean, your client obviously is a good candidate. It's a great idea. It's just not the right place to do it, in my view.
I agree with
Well,
that.
there's no other place in Rockland to do it. There is none.
The vote's over.
Okay, thank you.
1836B, Home Run KTV.
Again, Francis Buscemi for the licensee. With me today is Mr. Wang, the principal of Home Run KTV. This is a hearing coming off a summary suspension matter. Summary suspension went into effect sometime beginning of May, I think around May 3rd or something along those lines. So
May 1st.
I'm sorry?
May 1st.
So the premises has been closed now for, I think, over 3.5 months, that would be. I put in my controversion on the matter, which I'd like to address a few of the issues. Charges, just to get it done, 3, 10, and 13, the administrative law judge did not sustain. Charges 1 and 2 stem out is a 106.6 violation for disorderly premises due to an assault shooting occurring in one of the karaoke rooms. This stems from the same situation, the same incident. For whatever reason, it was broken out into two separate charges, which I don't think was proper, simply because it involved 2 individuals that were injured in the karaoke room, but it was the same incident. what I think, you know, and for the as we all know, for the 1066 violation, not only is that the disorder occurred, but that the licensee suffered or permitted it. And I don't think there's anything in the record to suggest that management knew or should have known that this was going to take place. There'd never been any situation like this that occurred at the premises prior. It was a short, very fast incident. Video cameras were reviewed by the police. You know, the licensee cooperated. They saw the video. The police officers testified. The assailants were seen outside, getting out of the car. It's 1:23 a.m., and they were leaving the premises by 1:26 a.m. Into a karaoke room. Apparently, they knew the person they were had a disagreement with. Went into the karaoke room, a short argument, and gunfire. And then they quickly left.
Well, 3 minutes, I realize it sounds like a short period of time, but during an argument, that's a long argument.
And that's to being out of the place as well. So, I mean, you know, how long they were in there, and that doesn't necessarily mean there's just screaming and yelling going on for 3
Well,
minutes.
there's security or his employees are capable of looking in these rooms, correct? There's windows?
Yes. And look, again, nothing like this had ever transpired, anything like this ever happened. No, there haven't been violent incidents prior to this.
The place was the subject of a search warrant.
I'm taking
That
charge
came
by
that came
charge.
after.
Yeah, that comes after.
Okay.
Taking charge, thank you. But with regard to the shooting incident, again, the standard is, should management have knew, or should they know that this would happen? And I would argue that no, not in this particular.
Well, we're not going to re-argue the findings here. That's
Right, I'm just, I want to point out, too, that although the judge found, sustained the charges on charges 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 11, he found mitigation of the charges. With regard to charge 4, the security guard was actually licensed, and that was brought out at the hearing. Charge 5, 7, and 8, they involved a defective emergency light, fire extinguisher not being mounted. And I argue, and I cite the section of the administrative code, which is 28-103.1, that the administrative code for fire department and building code, fire code, and building code violations, jurisdiction is specifically placed on the fire department, the building department personnel.
So your argument is that there has to be a written violation before we can actually charge failure to comply?
What I'm arguing is that, Mr. Stravalli goes in, he sees certain violations, and he tells the police to write him up. And is this always correct? And to further that point, with regard to...
Well, let me ask your client this. Was there emergency exit signs lit?
Most of it is lit.
Were they all lit?
One of them was not.
No, there was a bulb that was out. But to further the point, what happens sometimes, and when you go to charge 11, Mr. Stravalli told them to write up a violation for an operable elevator. And when asked and the reason for that was because he saw a garbage pail and I think it was a broom in the elevator. So they wrote up a summons for an operable elevator. I asked Mr. Stravalli on cross-examination, well, did you test the elevator to see whether it was operational? No, he didn't. So they write up the licensee for a violation of section 607.5 of the administrative code. I took a look at the statute. The statute concerns ducts and air transfer openings in firewalls. I didn't see anything about inoperable elevators, and in fact, the elevator was operational. So, I think we have to be careful when people...
What about the books and records not on the premises?
The books and records, again, the sections that are cited specifically go to maintaining receipts for your purchases of alcoholic beverages.
So you're saying he had those, but no other books and records?
They requested food receipts in charge 6. all right? He didn't have food receipts. Specifically, food receipts were requested. In charge 9, and again, I wrote out in my controversion what was requested.
You're saying food
Security
receipts,
guard.
food receipts don't need to be on premise? Or you're saying food receipts do not need to be on premise?
Section 106, subdivision 12. Section 106, subdivision 12 specifically relates to the receipts for your purchases of alcoholic beverages and nothing else. The charge is 106, subdivision 12, and it's cited again in charge 9. And it's very specific that what was requested in charge 9 was security guard records, general, nothing specifically about receipts for purchases of alcoholic beverages.
And what about the search warrant?
Yes, getting to charges 12 and 14. That was the 106-6. They came in, and I think, I listened to the summary. I listened yesterday to Ms. Marsico's presentation on the summary suspension, and, I think to some extent it was exaggerated in that she was alleging excessive amounts or substantial amounts of ketamine were
Well,
being done at
the decision does not indicate that there was excessive amounts, but we can all acknowledge that you had a shooting or stabbing in October,
Yes.
and then a search warrant executed in April, and it appears that nothing changed between those 2 dates as far as his security, as far as his oversight, as far as anything.
No one saw anyone doing any ketamine on the premises.
I know, it comes out of the ceiling.
Mr. Chairman, I walk into a place and I have a packet, a tiny packet. The police testified to what they found. In one room with 9 people in it, under the couch, they found, because the police surmised that when they walked into the room, whoever had it on them threw it under the couch. They were in one room.
Are you giving me another possible set of facts?
No, I'm telling you what we brought out.
What's your view of what happened?
My view, I agree with the police. There were 9 people.
Who
in
had
a
a search
in
warrant to search the place, which required probable cause to get in there.
They searched the entire place and found nothing more.
No, they found a bag and ketamine.
Yes, if I may. There were 2 rooms with patrons in them. The first room, they went in. They found under the couch 2 half-inch vials containing ketamine. Again, the police surmised that whatever patron or patrons had it on them threw it under the couch when the police walked in. The same thing they feel happened in the second room. In the second room, there was 1 half-inch vial of ketamine and a tiny packet, plastic packet of, I don't know whether it was cocaine or ketamine. Then after that, they searched the entire premises and nothing was found. So these were patrons that came into the premises. They had the stuff on them. This is something that can easily be secreted in anywhere. I would argue, and I think that's a realistic argument.
You're ignoring the search warrant. There clearly was a level of investigation going on beforehand in order to have, they didn't get a search warrant in 5 minutes.
Right. I asked all the police officers, did you ever see the search warrant? No one ever saw any police officer that testified, no one saw the search warrant. The search warrant wasn't put into evidence, assuming that a search warrant was actually issued in this. And none of the police, anyone that testified, I asked each police officer, no one saw the search warrant.
Did your client see the search warrant?
No.
They never showed it to him?
No.
Did he ask to see it?
I don't know.
Did you ask to see it?
He was there at that moment.
I was not on premises that day.
Okay.
So, but the search, fine, they got a search warrant, but what was the result of the search warrant?
Drugs.
For private individual consumption brought in by patron or patrons that secreted in it. No one saw anyone doing any ketamine on the premises. I mean, realistically, people walk around with drugs in their pocket. You can't.
Yeah. We're going to take a consultation. Back.
And?
Commissioner Kim?
Yes. Ready to vote?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We're ready to vote. I'm going to combine charges 1 and 2 to one charge. So I'll sustain 1. I'll dismiss 2. I'm going to dismiss charges 3 to 11, and then I'm going to sustain 12 for the controlled substance, and then dismiss 13 and sustain 14 failure to supervise. And I have 8,500.
I'll agree with that.
Thank you.
I do want to ask, what's the security plan going forward?
Yeah, well, he's going to put on, during the week, he's going to put, even, during the week, he had 1 security guard, I think, and that's when the shooting took place. He's going to put on 2 during the week, so there's a dedicated security guard always at the door, and the other security guard can roam.
He should really think about using a agency?
He uses, these aren't his personal security guards, Mr. Chairman. He uses an outside, he uses, it's a retired police officer that started his own security guard company. He had a private investigator's license, which permits him to act as a security guard company. He was actually at the hearing, and he showed his credentials. So this is the company that supplies security guards to the premises. Mr. Wang doesn't just go out and use his own security guards.
Okay.
But he will put on an additional security guard during the week.
Okay.
So there's always someone at the door.
Members are directing the return of the license.
Yes.
Okay.
And just for the record, he's been closed since the shutdown?
Yeah, that's 3.5 since May 1st.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Have a good night.
1755 through 1757, SB 722 Fulton Court.
Right, these were 3. This was put over from the other week or last month. These were 3 cases that were tried. In the first case, 102444, there were 5 charges. Charges 3 and 4, the administrative law judge did not sustain. Those were two 1066 violations. He sustained 2 sale to minors and a failure to supervise in case 102444. With regard to the 2 sale to minors, my controversion points out that under any circumstances, I mean, there was no statement of the minors put in. There was no government-issued identification of the minors put in. These minors were first observed outside the premises after it had closed. I would submit that there certainly lacks the element of being able to show that there was a delivery by the licensee or by a bartender or waiter of alcoholic beverages to either of those 2 individuals. And therefore, I argue that those 2 charges should be dismissed. The other 2 cases...
I'm sorry, Mr. Buscemi, but those specific charges, you argued that, what you argue in your controversion, Cafe Concerto, you argued that to the ALJ, and the ALJ specifically addressed your Cafe Concerto argument and dismissed your Cafe Concerto argument.
And I disagree with him. And he cited cases, and I think I addressed those cases in my controversion. They reversed the Liquor Authority determination sustaining a disorderly premises violation. That's what the ALJ cited, based on the sworn written statement of a witness. The licensee's witness testified controverting the sworn written statement. That was the case that the ALJ cited. In this particular case, there's no statement from an eyewitness. There's none.
There's a statement from the minors that were made to the police.
No, there isn't. No. I mean, if you want to take a look at it, I believe I'm correct. I mean, that's my argument in that case. In the other...
The minors to tell the police that they'd been drinking beers at the license.
There's no statement from the minor.
No, I said statements from the minors to the police.
Oh, but no, it requires a statement from the minor. There's no statement from the minor.
Are you talking about a written statement?
Yes,
Oh,
and that's what
she's saying that they made verbal statements
they
to the
made
police.
verbal statements, and I'm saying it right, and the case law is very clear. That's not sufficient. Number one, and number two, there's no showing. There are three elements here. One, that it was an alcoholic beverage. Two, that the licensee served the alcoholic beverage. In other words, they didn't get it by a friend getting it for them and passing it to them, something of that nature. And three, that the person be under the age of 21. And we've had a series of cases where, at the very least here, there is no showing of delivery by the licensee of the alcoholic beverage to the minor. And in the Cafe Concerto case, the court clearly stated, if the minor's not going to testify, you need either ID of the minor, the identification, government-issued identification of the minor, or a statement from the minor.
So what is this? Don't we have official documentation proving their underage status?
We have police documentation. The police documented their age, which they didn't in the Cafe Concerto situation.
The police did the same thing in Cafe Concerto. He saw the minor's driver's licenses. He wrote that information down on the summons as to the dates of birth, and the court clearly said that was insufficient. Now, we just had another case on Marone Restaurant, which held, coming out of the appellate division, which held the same thing, that it was just insufficient. So even, and my argument is, even if you say, and in the Marone Restaurant, I think it was very clear that the court, I think, centered on delivery of alcoholic beverage to the minor. And that's a key element. So even if you were to say, and I don't think, assuming, argue that, okay, no, I think we have enough evidence, substantial evidence on the age of the minor. No, I think we have enough evidence that the minor drank beer at McKee's. You have a third element, and all three are needed to sustain the charge, and that is delivery. I mean, I don't think you have any of these elements proven, but certainly there's no delivery here. With regard, and I think one of the main reasons why the case was put over was because of the other two cases where the administrative law judge dismissed the disorderly premises violation, but sustained the failure to supervise violation. And those were the two remaining cases. In each of those cases, we had two charges. One charge was disorderly premises. In case 97562, the only disorder that happened was outside the premises. All right, so 1066 wouldn't apply, and the judge dismissed it. So I don't know how he can sustain a failure to supervise the premises when that rule violation specifically dictates that it has to be for incidents occurring on the premises, not outside of the premises. So that's the second case. In the third case, the ALJ found that the licensee promptly addressed a situation that occurred inside the premises and dismissed the 1066 charge, but again, sustained the failure to supervise, and I don't know how you can do that.
To be clear, you're saying the second case and the third case. You mean case 97562 and case
yes.
103934.
Right. 97562, the police report stated that an incident occurred outside the premises. Nothing happens inside the premises. The administrative law judge dismisses the 1066 violation, since 1066 requires that the incident, that the licensee suffer or permit the disorder to occur on the premises.
Counsel's office would agree that the failure to supervise charge can't stand if the disorderly charge doesn't stand.
And the sale to minor argument, what is counsel?
No, I disagree with Mr. Buscemi on that, and I think that ALJ distinguishes the cases. Mr. Buscemi did just argue the Marone case at the appellate division, but I think the facts are different in the paperwork and the documentation.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So let's see. As to the first proceeding, sustain charges 1, 2, and 5, dismiss 3 and 4. Dismiss second proceeding, both charges, third proceeding, both charges. And there's an adverse history of sales to minors that we had imposed a fine less than a year ago. So with this, again, sales to minors, I have 8,500.
I'll agree with that, 8,500.
One last case.
Yeah, I'm getting there. 1780 and 1718, both Hing Liquors.
Yeah, I had put in a conditional no contest plea on one case, and then there's this other case that came out. I had asked that it be combined because I've got nothing to give you on this one. I mean,
Neither do we.
I got nothing to give you. If there's going to be a cancellation, then obviously, the offering $10,000 civil penalty in the other cases and a 5-day suspension is kind of a waste. It's just throwing away money. So, if you're going to cancel this, I'd ask you do what you're going to do, and unless you want to up the civil penalty.
Yeah, no, I think I would combine two and up this. I'd take the 5 days forthwith suspension plus, I'd say 12,500.
I wanted 7 days.
Okay, I'll do 7 days.
And 15,000.
And 15. I'll agree to that.
Are they going to renew?
I've been telling them to sell. I started
All right.
a long time ago telling this licensee to find a buyer for his business, and this is just not for him. So,
Okay.
whether
So
they're
you got to
gonna
come
renew, I don't
back. You got to come back to us on that. I take it.
No, mine is only whether or not I want to
look,
rush to get a suspension out before they
be honest,
expire, or it
I
just
don't-
turns
what
into
kind of-
not a problem.
I don't know that they have much of a choice.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I mean, I'll suggest that they accept it, that they're lucky, but.
So this will be a counteroffer combined for both?
Right.
Wait us out.
Okay, have a good day.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You want to do that other one again?
Yep. Yeah, let me get to my email. Let me find them. They are right here. Recalling 1795, Solar Motion.
Yeah, I have that. Yeah. Yep, I have that.
Should we limit the hours a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's how we start.
Okay, members, Mr. Jones spoke to Dorothy Paul, an assistant at the community board. District Manager Dorothy Tarano is on vacation and not expected back until September. Ms. Paul said that the applicant showed up at the full board and had an opportunity to speak. After they were heard, they voted to deny. The main issue is that it's a 500-foot case with 4 bars, and more importantly, there was a problem Club Freeze next door, which now we know has been canceled, so it's not an issue. She thought there might be another letter with specifics that was sent in to us. We're not in possession of any additional information. What we have is the only letter that we've received.
And that letter, of course, states that the reason is because of the 500-foot.
Correct.
Yes, just for the record, the letter does state that the sole reason for not approving is the fact that it's a 500-foot case. And one of the bars, as we know, is now no longer in existence.
So based on that information, I would approve this, but with modified hours in the beginning, because it is a 500-foot rule and the community board is still against it. I would propose what you said, Sunday noon to midnight, Monday through Wednesday 4 to 1 a.m., Thursday you had 4 to 2 a.m., which so far we're in agreement, I would think. And then Friday and Saturday, I would actually limit it till 2 a.m.
Could we do 3 a.m.?
2 a.m. Friday 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. Saturday noon to 2 a.m. And then we'd be open after 6 months for you to come back to ask for extended hours.
Okay.
And I approve with those stipulations as well.
And are you okay with that?
Yeah, thank you.
And could we have the DJ, because we had submitted to them about the DJ, because they
I have to check, Stacy, because the way it's scanned in, it shows that the method of operation page with the DJ was the original, and the one without was amended. So can you just send me an email tomorrow, or?
Right, and I like I told you, I
reversing it.
submitted
Yeah,
the
just send me an
amended
email so I
application.
have something in writing.
Right, I'll submit the amended notice that I sent to them, and I'll change the page and everything with that. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
1750 and White Tracks.
Good afternoon. My name is Jerome Sussman. I represent the licensee here. You have my controversion.
Yeah, main issue is they said they were a restaurant with recorded music and they have DJ playing, dancing.
In the hearing, at the hearing, we admitted that there may have been dancing that night. Our manager testified that he got a call from his daughter that she was giving birth, and he left the bartender in charge. And after he spoke to the bartender, the next day, he found out about the situation.
And that would be fine, except in March of 2014, I don't think she was giving birth then, and they still had an unlicensed cabaret charge, so 3 months prior to that. So I impose a $3,500 fine.
I actually have a $5,000 fine, only because it's a second time. And I don't get, this is one of the most aggravating charges to me, because it's not that hard to cure. And this guy just doesn't get it.
Unfortunately, it is that hard to cure it.
If you have to turn the music off, turn the music off.
Oh.
I don't get it. That's what I don't get, is the fact that this continues to happen in these bars. It's clear the neighborhoods don't want them. And if this guy comes back again with a cabaret violation, I'm going to take his license. This is ridiculous.
This is a restaurant, and the DJ music is played as background music.
Then turn it off. I don't know what to tell you. I just don't understand. 6 months, it's ridiculous.
All right, I'll do 5,000.
Thank you.
Thank you.
1733, Emily's Bar and Grill.
Is this your case as well? The offer's for 3,500. I'll accept.
I'll accept the 3,500.
Thank you.
It's 1799, Tags Management.
1779?
79, sorry. Dyslexic already.
Same guy.
I mean, they knew of the C of O issue, correct?
Yeah, this is a very unusual situation.
Right. Is there any update from the Board of Standard Appeals?
Apparently not yet. These things tend to go on almost indefinitely.
Okay.
And what, Jackie, what happened to charge 4?
I think charge 1 got...
Oh, no, there is a...
There's no decision.
No, that's not.
Charge 4 was a mistake.
That was on our screens.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so you had...
Pleading, there's only 3 charges.
Okay.
Yep.
Not only...
So I'll dismiss charge 1, sustain charge 2 and 3, and I'll impose a $3,000 fine.
I agree with that.
Thank you.
1800, East Savoy.
See,
I
yes.
disagree with the findings for 5 and 6, being there's no dispute that the corporation was dissolved. And 111 applies to corporations as well as people. And I don't understand the ruling on number 6 as well, when they concede, Mr. Sussman concedes that for 3 years they weren't operating. So I don't understand why those charges were not sustained.
I agree.
The facts don't seem to be in question. It's simply the conclusion that was drawn from those facts.
So do we send that back for alternate findings?
the members choose.
5 and 6. Stuck in it. Or just.
We can send it back.
No. So I'll vote to send it back for alternate findings on 5 and 6.
I'll agree with that. And then do we fine on, or sentence on the?
We'll wait.
We wait?
Okay, we'll let you know on that one.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right.
You can.
You get the whole new thing when that comes around. 1789, Go One Sushi. Okay.
No, you can go
Go ahead.
first. You have opposition here.
Oh, we do.
Just so you know.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lisa Zhang Josephek, and I'm here with the licensee Go One Sushi.
Can you
and Mr.
speak a little louder, please?
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Zhang Josephek, and I'm here with the licensee Go One Sushi. Mr. Gao is the principal owner. We are here today to seek the full board's approval because the community board is unable to decide. Mr. Gao has a tremendous amount of experience in operating restaurants. He's had 5-year experience in operating in Athens, Ohio. He has a letter of recommendation from the president of Ohio University. He's seeking to come back to New York where his extended family resides. And he saw this location and he would like to operate business here. And he's seeking a restaurant wine license.
Does he have any relationship with any of the previous owners of an entity called Crown KTV?
No, he does not.
Is he aware that there used to be a drug den there for ketamine?
He said no, he is not aware. His method of operation is going to be very, very different from the previous people, and that's why he's not looking to obtain an OP license. His customers are going to need sake and beer to go with sushi because water and sushi do not go together.
Has he been to the community board at all?
Yes, he has been.
Yeah, I think you need an OP for sake.
I think so.
Soju, you don't need
Soju,
OP,
right.
but sake, you need OP.
Okay, now we sell it on the wine.
Hmm?
It's price posted.
I'm so sorry.
I'll double check now.
Remember we had the Sake Association from Japan coming over?
Oh, yeah, he said soju. I'm sorry.
Soju?
Yeah. Sake is.
But he's still gonna have the karaoke rooms?
For right now, yes. For Asians, parties, karaoke rooms is just for purpose of privacy. But his main operation is going to be restaurant. He is not going to, the karaoke will be turned on after 5 p.m. It will not be during lunch hour or anything like that. But it will only be dependent on what the customers want. Some customers, if they're having a private party, they can, sing along and kumbaya, and so he would have that.
The drugs were in the karaoke rooms.
Okay.
I just don't know.
Well, so we have opposition here?
Yes.
Yes, please. So can we hear from the opposition, please?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, and Council, my name is Brian Kieran. I'm the Chair of Community Board 10 in Brooklyn. I'm here today to speak to you regarding the Go One Sushi application for a restaurant beer and wine license number 1286394. Let me just say that our community has serious issues with the application, not with this particular applicant, but with the application process that he's been responsible for. The members of Community Board 10 calendar applications by this applicant at 5 Police and Public Safety Committee meetings, PPS in the future, and at 5 general board meetings from January through June of 2015. On January 20th, 2015, the PPS committee calendared the application. Following a 30-day notification, the applicant did not appear.
On February 18, 2015, the PPS committee rescheduled the January meeting, and the applicant's attorney, Salvatore Schibetta, at the time, appeared, but no presentation was made. The full board voted to disapprove the application at that time. On March 5, 2015, the PPS committee scheduled the Go One Sushi application following a February 25, 2015 30-day notification of the applicant's intent to seek an on-premises license. The applicant, Mr. Gao, appeared with his representative, Sam Park, from ABC Licensing, a person named Danny Bowie, and a female worker named Sandy. The applicant indicated that he had experience running a sushi restaurant but never operated a club, a bar, or karaoke establishment. Due to the serious, lengthy adverse history at this premises, the committee requested a fully completed Community Board 10 questionnaire with a floor plan, since he indicated that some partition walls would be changed, a clear statement from the applicant of his method of operation, as the applicant at that time expressed was unsure whether the restaurant establishment would include a karaoke component, and the applicant's security and staffing plans. The applicant has failed to respond with the questionnaire or a plan of operation or a security plan. On May 12, 2015, the applicant notified the board of its current application for the wine and beer license and appeared at the May 12th committee meeting via his representative, ABC Licensing, and the female worker named Sandy. The notice indicated that the application was for a restaurant with a full menu with no music and no karaoke. However, at the meeting, it was expressed that its method of operation would likely involve karaoke. The applicant was again asked to produce, through his agent, a completed Community Board 10 questionnaire, a layout of the premises, clarification of his intended use for the premises, his security plan, and all security staffing and supervision plans. The applicant's representative sought to adjourn to the June meeting to provide that information. On May 27th, the SLA notified CB10 in Brooklyn that it was preparing to hear the applicant's on-premise application. The applicant's representative, ABC Licensing, advised the SLA that due to the strong objection from the Community Board, it was proceeding with this present application as well. I'm unsure what's going on with the on-premise, but I'm here for the beer and wine.
The on-premise liquor was withdrawn.
Okay. On June 9, 2015, the Community Board 10 Police and Public Safety Committee rescheduled the applicant's return following its request to adjourn the May 12th committee hearing to provide the requested information in connection with the beer and wine application. The applicant appeared with his nephew, Hong Jiang, who they called Jay, and the applicant intended on proceeding with both licenses at that time. The applicant stated that he was unaware of the board's previous request for information, but he was present with someone interpreting for him at those other presentations. And there were numerous and lengthy correspondence between him and his various representatives. He was asked for a list of the information that the Community Board was seeking. That was emailed to Jay so that the applicant could submit prior to the full board meeting. And the committee, in absence of a quorum, voted to deny the application. On June 11th, the applicant emailed to the district office additional support for his application, a copy of identification from Mr. Dong Jiang, which we believe is Hong Jiang, we're presuming it's Jay, and Mr. Li Fu Chen, whose relationship to the premises is unknown, and a floor plan. The floor plan appeared to be that of the old existing layout, with 14 existing karaoke rooms, bathrooms that comprise 75% of the premises, a small kitchen, and a main bar room. Upon reviewing the matter at its duly publicized meeting, Community Board 10 on June 15, 2015, voted unanimously to deny the new or disapprove the beer and wine application for Go One Sushi, located at 84 64th Street. I have to tell you, 64th Street, since a nightclub has been operating there, has been described in the paper and other places as violence-scarred due to the operation of a nightclub there. PS 69 is just around the corner. The former operator, Crown KTV, was fined $37,000 by this body for underage drinking and drug use that was substantiated. This body also found that the former operator was not honest in their applications and papers submitted. In August of 2011, 5 people were stabbed after an altercation inside the nightclub spilled out onto the street. The former operators stipulated to provide a security plan and provided a detailed one. This applicant has provided nothing about security. Now, while the SLA regularly renews licenses, this is a new applicant requesting a new license. The request to deny by the Community Board was strongly supported for the following reasons. The written application to the Police and Public Safety Committee omitted almost all relevant information requested, including responses to several questions in their questionnaire, an updated proposed floor plan, a security, staffing, and supervision plan, and a statement of intended method of operation. The applicant's use for the premises written on his applications varied from the use proposed and the use that was verbally stated to the Community Board. The applicant failed to state a clear method of operation for the premises. The applicant seemed unaware of the premises' prior adverse history, and when advised of the same, did not undertake to provide any measures, plans, or provisions in light of the same. The applicant has meager, out-of-state restaurant experience with no experience at all with establishments licensed to serve alcohol and no karaoke lounge experience. This is a large venue with a strong adverse history, including revocation of a previous license. It has a capacity for 191 persons. Many residents contacted our office opposing the application due to the adverse history, including a petition of 40 neighbors. The members of Community Board 10, in its motion, requested that we convey to you how strongly we feel that this application should be rejected. It's incomplete. It does not cover the main problems that have plagued this premises, and for those reasons, we didn't think it was proper.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we go into conference, please?
While I understand that this place has a history of crime.
There's actually a stop on the premises, meaning it's internal for us, but whenever someone applies, that comes up. It's as a red flag because of the adverse history.
Okay. Well, however, I don't believe Mr. Gao should be punished for the previous owner's conduct. He is someone with tremendous amount of experience.
Not with karaoke, though, and it doesn't seem like he knows what he really wants. How come you've gone back and forth? The OP license wasn't withdrawn until end of June. What's going on here?
He was compromising. Everything that the community board felt that.
What does he want then? What was the original plan that he wants?
He wanted to be serving sushi to customers that would like to have privacy while they're dining, and that means sometimes if you sing, such as holding parties in the rooms, I myself just held a party for my baby's 100-day celebration, and we do private rooms. Asians like private rooms.
No, I know the cultural part of that. Because I didn't. We all like private rooms, I think, but yeah. So that's not what I'm talking about. Is that, you know, and I understand karaoke rooms and the privacy factor because you don't want to be singing in front of people you don't know, all that kind of stuff. But what I'm saying is, what is his plan? At one point, you have 13, 14 karaoke rooms and a small portion of the place serving sushi. And then at the other times, you're saying it's going to be all restaurants and we'll add a sushi karaoke portion later. And he doesn't seem to know, and he just keeps going back and forth. And so the community board is obviously so confused, and they need to be an integral part of this process, as you would know. And again, what was your name again?
Lisa Zhang, Josephek.
Okay, so, you know, as you know, the community board in this particular case has made attempts to communicate with your client, and your client has been there and explained all this to them. And to this day, he's standing here telling us that he still doesn't seem to understand.
Does, because he is trying to give what the community board wants. If the community board says we don't, you know.
So if the community board says no karaoke, then it's okay?
I think that will, I mean, he has compromised by saying I will.
That's a
only
big
start karaoke
compromise
at
because
5
it's your
p.m.
business model, right?
Starting at 5 p.m.
No karaoke rooms, period.
I would have to consult with my client on that. I mean, the compromise with the previous community board meetings was that, okay, I understand that you do not want the karaoke so early, let's say at noon or 3 p.m.
No, I think people understand that most of the karaoke happens in the evening. I don't know about you, but you know, you say the Asian culture. I don't know too many Asian Americans who go at noon to karaoke on a weekday unless, you know, they're just really into singing. But it's really, come in after 5, so that's not a compromise. It's the business model we're talking about.
And you also have to understand that given, and I don't know how familiar you are with the history of this place, but it was bad. And I think the community board wants to know that there's going to be somebody that goes in there that has a level of control so that it's somebody that they can deal with, because the last people that were in there, they couldn't.
Right.
And it got way out of hand.
Well, Mr. Gao has operated his own restaurant in Athens, Ohio for 5 years. And I actually have a letter here from the president of Ohio University just talking about his commitment to the local community, fostering the economy of, and he's done this by following rules, by following the
No,
law.
so if he came in here and you said he was going to open up a restaurant, it's very different than, as you know, than a karaoke restaurant model, right? So the previous location, because of those rooms, because of the privacy of those rooms, and you should, and if you don't know the adverse history, you should take a look. There's drugs everywhere. It was a drug den, as you mentioned, and violence and everywhere. So you just, that model doesn't work for the community board, and I don't think it works for us either. So if he said he was going to come in and because of his sushi restaurant experience, open up a high-end restaurant and just want a beer wine license, that's something we would consider. But if you come in here and say karaoke after 5 o'clock, same model as the previous place where we have a name stop on this location, that's not going to work.
But he is serving sushi. He has menu. He's going to be.
Are you missing the part about the karaoke rooms?
Yes, I'm here.
I'm not talking about the sushi. At one point, he had a bar with 5 seats, and that was going to be the portion of the sushi serving, and the rest of it was going to be karaoke rooms. The karaoke part isn't working here because of the history of this location and the community board opposition. So based on the application we have before us, I'm going to have to deny the current model as it exists.
I also vote to deny the location was a bad location under almost the exact same business model that this applicant is proposing, and was, you know, a focus of police attention for many years, and I just don't think that model is going to work at this location. So I deny as well.
Without prejudice, right? So we can submit another application with a different model?
You can always submit an application, but it'll always come back here.
Okay, thank you.
And you'll have to deal with the community board, too.
All right.
Yeah, and I would suggest if you do submit another application, that you sit down with them as much as they ask you to, and try to at least have a strict plan in place about what you're seeking. I mean, his plan was so amorphous, it's just very hard to gauge exactly what it was going to be.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
1836 Sabor Hispano Restaurant.
I didn't either.
Gotcha, okay.
It's a good thing this is on video.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Board of Commissioners. My name is Jonathan Schloss with the law firm of Schloss & Schloss here for Sabor Hispano Restaurante. My client, Maria Toribio, is here with just a friend, Hector Lopez, who's a Spanish interpreter who will serve if necessary. This is a location, 175 Route 59, where Maria Toribio was previously an assistant manager and a waitress at the in its prior iteration known as Spring Valley Cafeteria. We're seeking a beer and wine license. As I understand, there's been no opposition at...
Harry, why is this here?
The police department of Spring Valley they came and met with us. They were having many issues with violence at some of the on-premise establishments, and they wanted to be notified. So it was put in the delegation of authority that for now, Spring Valley applications come before the members.
Have you met with the police department, or?
We haven't met with them about this location because there's been no issue. We foiled for
Yeah,
to see if there was any adverse history at this location. We don't know of any.
I have an email from the lieutenant.
So you were the assistant manager, and then the previous owner sold it to you, or just left? Or?
Yes, sold.
Sold?
Yes.
Excuse me, no, I actually emailed the lieutenant on June 4th, and I did not, let me see if I have one response.
Good.
I did not receive it.
I'm all right.
All right, I approve.
I approve.
Good luck.
Thank you.
1836C Ditmer's Tower.
Yes.
But with this? With this?
Yes.
It was in the last bit of materials Jackie gave this morning.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Hi, how
and
are you?
Commissioner Kim, how are you? Donald Bernstein from Victor and Bernstein on behalf of the applicant. With me is the applicant, Mr. Spiros Dimas, and also with me is Mr. Glenn Katowski, who works for Charles H. Greenthal Company, which is the on-site management company for the property in which the hopefully licensed premises are located, North Shore Towers. We're here today on our request for reconsideration. Apparently, the new on-premises license application had been approved, although I'm unclear if there was ever a conditional letter of approval actually issued. There was then an investigation on site on June 13th of this year, and based upon that and an investigative report, it was determined that the application should be denied. We are here seeking reconsideration of that. Just putting it into a little perspective.
Sorry to interrupt,
yeah.
but I'm okay with the reconsideration. Premised on the initiation of a disciplinary proceeding if there are violations to be looked into. So that's my position.
Yeah, I'm fine too.
So is it being reconsidered and going back to licensing, or it's being approved?
Well, can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
It was already conditionally approved, so we're just going to put that back into play. So as soon as the conditions of approval are met, we can issue the license.
So
But
we'll
there is-
issue a new conditional letter of approval, satisfy that, and a disciplinary will commence. And
Right. Okay. That's what I was going to say. There's going to be a disciplinary.
And that's fine.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you. I think this bulb went
17
out.
1752
Could that be
Restaurant
it?
192.
Donald Bernstein, on behalf of the licensee.
I'm sorry, what was the number?
We smelled something burning, so we were just trying to check.
Sorry.
Okay.
Well, this is a disciplinary matter. There was a hearing. I had requested that it be adjourned because my client, I was told, was not available. It had been adjourned once before, so I was told that that question would be before you. I am here, of course. Mr. Pazetsky represents the individual accused of having availed himself of the license, which is a charge both of us will address. But my client's not here, but if you'd like me to, I'm prepared to address the matters that we are controverting.
Mr. Bernstein, is your client now operating as a lounge or as a restaurant? Because there's been no alteration application filed.
He is a restaurant. There is a menu that we provided. The investigative report said that there was a full kitchen. The investigative report disclosed the identity of 2 chefs, and Investigator Johnson, who's no longer with the authority and didn't even testify, even stated that he had spoken to one of the chefs. At the time of his investigation, and he's basing this not being a restaurant on one visit to the premises, it was after 1 a.m. My client testified at the hearing that business has been horrendous. He provided copies of, I don't remember if they were sales tax returns or income tax returns, showing how little money that he is making, and there were hardly any patrons in the premises at the time. The fact is that no one was eating after 1 a.m., but all of the other incidents of having a restaurant were present: the tables, the menu, the kitchen, the chef. The charge, if I can just address them, of number 3 of not having a cabaret license, I'm not sure why that was brought. The investigator said that they did not observe anybody dancing. The illegal drink offering, which is charge number 5, was sustained. We're not controverting that, but in mitigation, I do want to point out that there had been an advertisement, which I believe was a violation, but they did not have the event at which the illegal drink offering was advertised.
That's what I'm recalling now. Didn't one of the advertisements indicate that it was a lounge?
There was an advertisement that said a lounge. It also talks about food. We submitted into evidence the advertisement that it says something about come have our delicious food, and they had photographs of some of their offerings. That was one of the exhibits that was offered into evidence.
The name is Stairs Bar and Lounge. It's not Stairs Restaurant.
I can't disagree with that, but it is what it is. You can, whatever you call something, you call it, but the fact is that it does have the kitchen, the chef, the menu, and the food.
And how do you explain his father's statement?
My client denied that statement was made. His father is not an owner.
So he was there?
Yes.
And Investigator Johnson made it up?
I'm not suggesting he made it up, but there are many, many errors in Investigator Johnson's report. He had improper names, incorrect dates. There were a number of wrong date of birth. He called someone a different name. He had the incorrect date of his visit. There are a number of errors, and I don't know if it was an error or he misheard or misunderstood. I can't say that, not being there, but I can say that my client was present, the owner was present with his father, with the investigator at the time.
Okay.
Provided him with the menu, showed him the kitchen. He spoke with the chef.
And he still owns the neighboring restaurant, the husband?
No. Yes. The minority owner, Beatrice Tosti di Dalmanuta, was the original owner of this licensee. She and she's owned it for many, many years. She and her husband in 1999 took the adjoining space, which they operate as a separate restaurant with a separate beer and wine license application, that they are both owners of that. She testified at the hearing that she's a chef. She's Italian. She's a chef. She considers herself an artist. Her husband was a taxi driver originally, and she needed help doing paperwork. She needed help with business issues, and he helped her, for which he was paid a salary from this licensee for years, just a salary. He is the owner, co-owner, and an officer of the adjoining space. On one time, in 25 years of operation, in 2011, he mistakenly signed the 30-day community board renewal notice, confusing the fact that he was an owner and that he was a vice president of one and not the other.
Where was she at that time?
Don't know. Don't know the answer. There was a period of time when she had cancer. She was in Italy for surgery. I'm not sure if that was the same time. In fact, she had given her husband Julio a power of attorney when she left so he could do certain banking and handle transactions for her. One of the arguments I made is if he was indeed an officer of this company, he would not have needed a power of attorney to engage in banking transactions. I'll let Mr. Pazetsky speak to it further. There was nothing but an innocent mistake. He was never an officer. He was never an owner. And I don't think that that constitutes an availing.
Warren Pazetsky and Bookman for Julio Pena, the alleged availee. Mr. Bernstein explained that I'd just like to add one thing to it, and that is, and what I had to say is mostly in my controversion, but when Mr. Bernstein says that he would get a salary there, that ended when his wife was no longer the 100% owner. And so at that point, and there was no evidence presented that he ever exercised any supervisory capacity there at this time or ever made a dollar in this place. He just inadvertently signed a document on behalf of his wife with the place that they had jointly lit immediately next door. I mean, they share a party wall. That's how close they are.
Okay.
Is there a C of O for the basement area?
To my knowledge, there has never been. I think the space has been licensed for 25 plus years. There is a letter of no objection. I don't think it covers the basement, though. I want to be clear about that. It has been licensed that way for many, many, many years. When this issue came up, we did contact the landlord to say, just to be clear, we want to file with DOB because we want belts and suspenders on this. And we've had a real problem with the landlord. My client is in litigation with the landlord because the landlord doesn't want to sign the papers to do that. I have some suspicions as to why. There may be some other issues on upper floors that he doesn't want, but that's not our issue. So we are trying to correct it. Not being the building owner, there's only so much we can do. But for whatever reason, the basement has been licensed. The bar down there has been approved for 25 years.
Okay, so are you ready to?
Yep.
Vote? I dismissed charges 3, and I actually dismissed charge 4 as well. The basement has been licensed, and the food issue, the chef was there. I do sustain 1, 2, and 5, and impose a $4,000 penalty. I mean, availing's much more serious normally, but given that this was a one-time error on his part, it's 4,000.
I'll agree with that. And that, you know, they clearly have no history since '95. That's why it's the amount it is, the low amount it is. But I'll agree with that.
I would hope that there would be no other repercussions to his one-time signing that, because he is still licensed next door with his wife, and obviously it was a one-time mistake.
I don't know that we have a case
He's not
pending or
really
not.
availing. And I get that he shouldn't have signed it, and there's a penalty for that, but he is licensed. He could have been an officer on that. I mean, there's no reason he couldn't be if he was really, in that capacity. He is licensed immediately.
Well, if that happens, just I don't know. I don't know one way or the other whether that we have no plans on doing that.
Members wouldn't know if there was a case pending, and the members couldn't make a decision about any matter that's not before them.
But if that does happen, come back and we'll take care of it then. He'll get credit for this.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
1729, Hess Retail Operations. Members, just to let you know, yesterday, we received offers on the Hess Retail Operations on the stores. I do have them here. I haven't really sorted them yet, but give me a second.
All of them?
Yeah, except for one of them, which I believe is on tomorrow. It could be, is a straight no
I had
contest.
reached out to Tom McKeon of Gray Robinson, since they had reached out to me on a different licensing issue that they represented all the Hess stores, and let them know that there were defaults on all these cases.
Good morning, Mark Bailey, attorney for licensee. So,
Why was the adverse history, we have a sale to minor
Yeah.
that was 6,000? Why was it on the first sale to minor so much?
Probably multiple.
It could have been, yes, multiple.
Okay, so it's probably,
5743.
but it was all one pleading?
It was, hold on.
It's one pleading, okay.
No,
No?
it wasn't. There was, at the time when that was decided back in 2011, the premise had a non-bona fide charge, which was a $3,500 fine. In 2007, that was probably based on inventory. And there was a sale to minor January of 2010.
January
They paid a $4,000 fine.
Oh, so this is, so
It's
this,
kind of like those came off because they're
Okay.
5 years past.
got it.
So this sale, oh, so this was the second sale to minor?
Yeah.
This is the-
Okay.
Second sale to minor, third violation.
Okay.
This is third sale to minor.
Since,
January 2010, right, okay. But third
yeah,
sale
it
to
kind of
minor.
like just came off.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, all right,
Here, they're making a, on this particular case,
and that's the
105,743,
thing,
they're
is sometimes
actually,
after 5 years, it doesn't show up, but others, it shows up, and then when it's their fourth strike, we still hold it against
Do you want to
them.
address the default first, or?
yeah. But the letter's indicating to CNC, which is to pay the minimum civil penalty in lieu of any suspension or license or forfeiture of the bond. There's no terms.
All right. Do you want to address the default?
all I can say is that I guess a year ago, our client was entered into agreement with Speedway, so Speedway could an acquisition agreement where Speedway would buy all the Hess retail locations along the East Coast, and in that time frame, there's just been a lot of what I assume to be things that have slipped through the cracks in terms of paperwork and appearances that have needed to be made. So just pure, I guess, negligence on their part. But
This
that's all I can
particular store, the notices were mailed to the store direct. They weren't mailed to the corporation. All the other notices were mailed to the corporation.
And who are you, you represent Speedway?
Yes.
So you're here on all of these, I take it?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Do we want to call all the numbers?
No, we'll just do them one at
All
a
right,
time.
this one, I had 7,500,
They're
third
close.
time.
I agree with that, 7,500.
I'm sorry, could I get your name again?
Mark Bailey.
Mark Bailey, thanks.
And are you from Speedway, or are you from a firm?
Firm, outside counsel, Ruskin, Moscow, Faltashak.
Okay, next would be 1818. In this particular one, the sending in an offer of $2,500.
Okay,
They've been
accept.
licensed since
I
1999.
accept. I had 2,500.
Yeah,
Okay,
2,500.
1819. In this case, they're making an offer of $10,000 fine.
I accept.
I accept.
$1811. And while you're there, pull 1813. This is an offer of $2,500.
Accept.
Accept.
And on 1813, it's 209.
Should be 3,000. 18 and under.
3,000.
3,000, I accept.
Accept.
No, you're.
Thank you, guys.
That's it?
Oh, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. 1785, Sunset Entertainment Corp. Come back tomorrow for the other one.
In a
Warren Pizetsky and Bookman for the applicant, and this is the sole principal with me. My understanding as to why we are here on this application is that in some prior application, Nick had submitted a PQ as a manager, And then subsequently, he never actually became the manager, but he didn't have any control over that application. And he didn't list it in his appointment because he was never actually employed there, which we explained to the License Bureau. And my understanding is that's why we are here.
So he was not the manager at Red Wolf Bar?
No, he had actually submitted a PQ. He was going to be the manager and then was never actually hired.
Well, it just, the timing of it is just that the licensee for El Rogo nightclub is getting his license revoked. And all of a sudden, there's a new application by somebody who was going to be his manager.
Well, his parents own the building, so when they went
His
out...
parents own the building?
Nick's parents own the building. The PQ indicates the same last names. So when they were out, Nick decided to do the space by himself.
He owns they own the building where currently El Rogo is? Your
They're not there
parents
anymore.
They're not there anymore.
Right.
Yes, my parents did own the building, do own the building.
do own the building. And so your tenant left. You were going to be the manager for your tenant originally, but decided not to at some point. And now you want to go in and open up a...
This is a restaurant, and this is beer and wine. Community board was okay with it. They waived his appearance, and they were perfectly okay with it.
And you intend to have a DJ?
Occasionally. But there's no box for occasionally. It's not like it's an every night thing, and it's a small sound system. But he'd just like to be able to have somebody that's going to put on music as per requests occasionally.
And you're going to do all this with $7,000?
There was no investment. The place was there already. It had been a licensed premises before, and his parents didn't ask him for rent security or anything like that. So his only initial investment is the application.
So there's only 35 space for 15 at the bar and 20 inside the location?
Something like that. There's only a capacity of about 60 total,
Yeah,
including help.
I'd be okay with it if you might take away the DJ.
With the DJ, can I have music?
Oh, you can have music.
Yeah, you can have recorded music, but no DJ.
Okay.
That's
I agree with that. And then, I mean, if I have concerns regarding Mr. Lopez, and if he is involved in this place, it's going to get back to us.
Absolutely, he's absolutely not involved.
And if it does get back to us, there's no second chance. There's none of this. If we hear he's anyway
Can't 'cause
involved,
He's not.
All right.
It can't get back to you because it's not going to happen.
Okay. I approve. Without the DJ.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Good luck.
No, I'm gonna- I got one more before you, really. One more. 1758, 234 Liquors.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Hendricks, and with me are the owner of the applicant, Mr. Juan Correa Sr., and his son, Mr. Juan Correa Jr. His son is not a part of the business. He's just here to offer or to assist with answering any questions from the board. I submitted some written materials last week, and I just wanted to make sure that they were received.
Letter dated August 13th?
Yes, because I did actually have to submit 2 sets. I revised it. So the last time we were here, the board had some concerns about the proximity of the proposed location to some other liquor stores or some other stores in the area with the same kind of license. And also, the board was concerned that the applicant had not sufficiently differentiated itself from other stores in the area. And so the purpose of the written materials was to sort of lay out our case in a more orderly fashion, I think, than last time. So I want to start off by pointing out that the owner of the applicant, Mr. Correa, is somebody who is deeply and well entrenched in the neighborhood. He's lived there for 50 years. He owns 4 properties in the neighborhood and is presently in the process of purchasing actually another property, but not in the neighborhood in Queens. He previously actually held without incident no discipline or anything like that, a cabaret license that actually just down the street from the proposed location. He held this license from approximately 1993 to 2001. He actually surrendered the license because the business was sold, and the name of that business was La Perla del Sur. It was a nightclub. Obviously, it had a cabaret license. Now, with respect to the applicant certainly understands the board's concerns regarding proximity, and there is no interest in competing with the many nearby wine stores. The owner of the applicant is really not particularly interested in wine to the extent that there's an intention to sell wine. It's going to be essentially table wine and essentially a few maybe better bottles, but certainly there's not any plan to do any wine tastings or classes or anything like that. The plan is really actually to cater to the very large Caribbean community in Brooklyn that really does not have any stores that cater to their tastes. My client, the owner of the applicant, is from Puerto Rico and intends to specialize in selling primarily liquors. At least 70% of the stock on display is going to be.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but did we go through all of these?
We did not deny it.
No?
No. You allowed her to carry it over.
Carry it over. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry about that.
No problem. So the intention is to have at least 70% of the stock on display be liquor items, not wine. Just backing up a little bit, as members of the board may know, wine is extremely ubiquitous to the Williamsburg area. There are a lot of stores with the identical license, but that focus specifically on selling a lot of wine. They have a large stock of wine, and that liquor is a secondary item for them. In this case, the owner of the applicant intends to, or the applicant intends to focus on Puerto Rican and other Caribbean rums as their niche item, and essentially to try to cater to the Latin, Hispanic, and Caribbean tastes that are ubiquitous to Brooklyn generally, but really there are not a lot of liquor stores that cater to the tastes of the islands, for lack of a better term. Now, with respect to proximity, the board had concerns that there were approximately 2 locations. One is approximately 850 feet away, and the other is approximately 900 feet away. But because the applicant has no intention of selling what they sell, and in fact, throughout the process that I've been representing the applicant, repeatedly, I mean, just as, you know, repeatedly, there's been discussions that, you know, I'm not interested in doing what my neighbors are doing. And that's just been an ongoing theme throughout this entire process. And the board has actually granted licenses in the general area to establishments that were substantially closer to other competitors. And in fact, there's one establishment, Bibber and Bell Wine and Spirits, that got that received a license in 2013, and it was 400 feet away from an existing licensee. And at the time, it was also 800 feet away from another existing licensee. And the board actually just recently, in April of this year, granted a license that was approximately 2,500 feet away from that location. And the reason I mentioned Bibber and Bell is because a proprietor from that store appeared to oppose the application last time. And The applicant is actually 2,800 feet away from that location. Also in the packet of materials that I provided to you are 5 letters of support from 5 esteemed individuals, one being a New York City Council member, Antonio Reynoso.
We have all the letters
You
of
have all the
support, yes.
information. And then also in the materials I provided to you, I listed the 4 closest liquor stores, which were verified, and pointed out the ways in which that they are distinct and different from what the applicant intends to do. And so, in conclusion, our position would be that the owner of the applicant this is a person who's established in the neighborhood. They're not going anywhere, and who is an established business person and property owner, and is certainly not interested in hurting the economic prospects of anybody else in the neighborhood. They're going to be focusing on their own niche. It's going to be a focus on liquor, not wine. And we would just hope that the same consideration is given to this applicant that other applicants and very recent applicants received as well.
Thank you.
Oh, and actually, I forgot one thing, which was that the board was particularly concerned with population statistics. And so there's a section in these papers on the population statistics. And one of the things that I had mentioned last time was that this particular area can handle this volume because it has a dense population. And in fact, the prior census statistics, as well as current population statistics that are available on a very popular and established population statistics website, do in fact confirm that, for example, New York City has a population density of 27,714 people per square mile.
Yeah, well, I don't think you need to go through the whole New York City
Okay.
population, but your census tract was 523 that you cited in your papers. And if you
Mhm.
look at the population chart you gave us, it actually decreased from 5729 to 5469.
Over 10 years, over a decade.
Right.
And in fact, my
Right.
client and his son can both attest to that particular tract that they're in since 2010,
Right.
that it has, there has been substantial development in the immediate area as well as the closely surrounding vicinity, particularly on South First Street.
Right. Okay. Thank you. So you're not going to sell any wines?
No, they will be selling some wine because, I mean, it's
What percentage
it's
of
a liquor
your-
store. But as stated in my papers, probably, I put 30% in the papers, but frankly, it's probably going to be even less than that because there really is no interest in wine. My client really does not know wine, and it's not something that is it's not a great passion. As I'm sure the board is familiar, people come here all the time and wine is a huge passion and it's what they know it all about and all that stuff, and that's just not present here.
So, the physical distance argument, that's just one factor. It's not the factor that decides whether we do this or not. In this particular case, you have 8 stores within 0.8 miles. So,
I have to say that I don't think that that's correct, that there are 8 stores within
That's what we have.
0.8
1,
miles.
2, 3.
0.8 miles, you know what, for 0.8, 0.8 in my head was 800 feet. So 0.8 miles is roughly
like
about
16 blocks.
4,000 feet or something like that. And that I would not
Yeah,
dispute.
and there's a number of them, 0.2 miles away as well, 2 of them, and 0.3 miles. Point is that, I don't see anything here with the population increase. The numbers you gave us, actually, there's a slight decrease through the
Over a
2010.
decade. But
Right.
one thing that I would like to point out, which I think is important, is that if you look at the census tracts, and I apologize that the papers don't have specific page numbers, but I did at Exhibit E. include the documentation for the census tracts for Brooklyn Community Board District 1. And that district, which actually encompasses Greenpoint and Williamsburg, has 48 census tracts. And out of the 48,
I'm only interested in where they are, their census tract.
that's right. And so that's what I'm trying to put the numbers into perspective. Out of the 48, only 8 had populations over 5,000 out of 48. Out of the 48, 21 had populations of less than 3,000. So the point is that the particular census tract in which the applicant's proposed location is actually a particularly dense pocket in the neighborhood. In addition, the census tract in which one of the closer competitors is located at the time had approximately 4,700, a population of approximately 4,700, meaning that the two adjacent census tracts alone had a population of over 10,000. And since that time, my client can attest, as well as his son, that there's no question that there has been an increase in development, and that particularly in the South First area, a lot of new residential development has come up.
Anything?
No. I'm ready.
You know, just this, it's
And there is precedent, again, for this action because the board has relatively recently, within the last couple of years, granted applications to people who were 400 feet away from existing licensees.
Yeah, I think I addressed your
800 feet.
distance question. It's the standard is public convenience and advantage. And, you know, the way I look at it, you know,
Well, as a person of Caribbean descent myself, I can attest to the fact that I have never seen a liquor store in Brooklyn catering to liquors from the Caribbean. There's actually, and in fact, it's very difficult to find liquors from certain parts of the Caribbean in Brooklyn.
it's not like 100% of the liquors will be from the Caribbean, though.
I'm sorry?
It's not like the 100% of the liquor is going to be from the Caribbean. So he only has 900 square
But
feet
that's
space.
right, but that's
And
the
30%
focus.
of that is going to be wine. So at this
I would
point,
say less than 30%.
you know, I think that given that there's 3 stores within 4 stores within 0.4 miles and you know, about 3,400 square feet in that small area, I think the applicant is worthy of a license, but not at this particular location, so I'm going to vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. The sales in the others, there are, as Commissioner Kim indicated, there's 8 stores. I mean, this record screams of saturation. And I understand he's got a different motif and that he owns the building, and he is a great applicant, but he can't have one here, not at this time at least. So I'm going to deny as well.
(1801) through 1807, 17th Street Entertainment.
CNC on this, right?
And he's going to talk about today.
Great. Do we have video? Do we have video?
Sure.
I felt bad.
Okay. Good afternoon.
No, I agree with you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim. Kevin B. McGrath, partner of the law firm of Phillips Niza, representing 17th Street Entertainment, Roman numeral 2, LLC, doing business as One Oak, located at 435 West 17th Street. Last week,
It's 453 West 17th Street, right? You said
4:53.
4:35.
I'm sorry,
right?
4:53.
Okay.
I apologize. 4:53. Last week, after numerous conversations with counsel's office and meeting with the client, we submitted to you a conditional no contest plan and a global offer to settle all of the items that are on the calendar today, 1801 through 07 of 2015, together with docket numbers on two pending matters, docket number 862 of 15, case number 104931, and docket number 1549 of 2015, case number 105460. I want to take this opportunity to thank Ms. Flug and the counsel's office for the time they spent not only with our office, but on this matter to be able to bring this offer to you today. Upon my firm's being retained in early July, we immediately met with the client at the premises during business hours and after it closed. We met numerous times to discuss the operations and made recommendations with the client, who checked with us the building codes and other codes violations. And I can assure you today that the licensee has cured all outstanding violations dealing with that. I can assure you that all recommendations made to the licensee were accepted and actions were taken immediately to further them. The first thing that we did to the client with respect to the charges involving disorderly premises, a new security company was hired. Not just any security company. The client required interviews to be taken with at least 4 different companies. And they decided to retain a company that has been appointed by the Supreme Court and the courts of the state of New York to take over security at troubled venues, which they have and successfully have done so. I have one of the principals of that company, All Seasons, here today with me to answer any questions that you might have. And this morning I submitted to Madam Secretary a 4-page written security plan that the clients are going to enact. The clients also have hired an SLA certified alcoholic training aware program instructor to train all of its employees. That has been completed, and all of the employees have been certified. They will continue to do this with new employees and have a signed contract with that inspector. The licensee has now in place a valid cabaret license, a valid PA permit, has a designated area for the food preparation, and as part of my submission to you, there's photographs of it. They have food, they have menus, they have food handlers' certificates. The lower level of this property, which was not in conformity with the original plans, has now a new sump pump installed by the landlord and now is available to the patrons. When this matter is resolved, we will immediately file an alteration application, since there are some small changes from the original filing. Not major changes, but just small. Actually, the bar is placed somewhere else and some furniture is moved. With the plea, I have filed as exhibits 1 through 10 the documentations, which I would appreciate, and I'm sure you have had an opportunity to review. I have with me both principals of this establishment, and I would at this time like to have one of them address the board briefly. Richard Akiva.
Hi, I'm Richard Akiva. Hi, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim. I regret and do not condone any of this type of behavior that happened at this establishment. I regret all violations that has happened. I'm born and raised in New York. I grew up in Mitchell Lama housing in Tribeca my whole life, and I've been running venues and operating establishments for 17 years, and I don't condone any of that type of behavior or things that have happened. I'm now aware of all the ABC laws and all the SLA laws, so I'm going to correct everything that I can and possibly do going forward.
How many clubs do you own?
I own about 3 in New York and several restaurants.
Doing this 17 years, you said?
Several restaurants. I've had a restaurant in New York City downtown for 14 years with Iron Chef, Alex Corniscelli. And
I'm sorry, you can continue.
okay. And I going forward, I promise to operate as best as to the ability of everything that we've learned from the training of the SLA and everything that we're doing. This is the only thing I know how to do, and I'm trying to create a business in New York City. I tried to do things that bring culture and diversity and bring people together in New York City that are different than other things. My places are not bad or problematic places. They've always been to a certain standard, and I stand by that. So I stand here before you today to tell you this and to let you know that we are doing everything in our power to go forward and do the right thing and follow every single thing that we have done. I support the community. I support many people. It's a family business. I've moved my sister back from Israel to run my business. She deals with HR. I've moved my dad out of retirement to run one of my restaurants. I support many, many employees, and I'm responsible for all of them. So it's been a strain on me, this whole thing, going through this whole thing, because worrying about all my employees and all the people that I'm responsible for. So I'm a hands-on operator. I'm literally work 17 hours. I'm there in my office from 10 in the morning till 7 at night, and I'm at my restaurant till 12 and midnight, and then I'm at one of my clubs till 4 in the morning. I sleep 6 hours. I'm there. I'm in one of my places. I'm cleaning up glasses. I'm picking up things from tables. I'm watching everything that's going on inside. So I'm a real hands-on operator, and I just want you to know that going forward, I will still continue to be that and pay more attention to the other things that are happening outside the place and around the streets and the neighborhoods and the community. I support all my communities. I donate things to the communities in my neighborhoods.
So, sir, I have a question about your security plan that you submitted. Currently, how many licensed security guards are there on a routine evening?
That's a good question. About 16, 15 to 16, maybe 20.
Because I see in your
sometimes.
new security plan, it's a different company, right? And they say about 15 New York State licensed security guards.
It varies sometimes from night to night.
Right.
So like
If it's going to be a particular evening, you're going to have more.
100%.
But on an average evening, it would be 15.
Yeah, maybe during a
I
week.
guess your security person could speak to that as well.
Good afternoon. My name is Sal Tomasino. I'm one of the owners of All Season Protection. What we want to do is build on all the goodwill that they've built on over the years. We want to work in conjunction more with the community.
All right. Could I just get my question answered? I just want to know.
That one is minimum 15 security guards and a supervisor. We will also have retired law enforcement, worked as a liaison with the 10th Precinct. We will also station guards throughout the community from 9th to 10th Avenue. When the streets are closed off at certain hours of night, only for emergency vehicles, we will not have idling taxis. We will not have
No, I just asked about the number because a lot of
16,
these
but
issues
it
happen.
will vary
when- right.
depending on reservations and events.
Right,
that
so a lot of these issues occurred when they already had 15, 16 security guards prior to you coming on board. So my question is, do you need more security guards to prevent these
Well,
things from
the
happening?
16 is what I proposed for outside,
Just the outside?
just the outside.
And what about inside?
Inside is going to be 6 to 8 on given nights, and then we'll rotate them in and out as needed.
So on a routine evening, you'll have 15, 16 security outside to help disperse and everybody
sir.
else, and you'll have 6 to 8 inside. So it's about 24, 25 total.
Correct, depending on the days of the week. Sometimes we'll tail back if it's beginning of the week.
Okay. Can I ask council one question? Conference, but do we have to go all the way out, or can we go into conference and I just ask you right here without having
Yeah,
to
we're
get
just
up?
going to have a consultation
For
briefly.
Conference for a second. Excuse me for a second. Can you put us into conference, please?
Okay, go ahead.
Chairman, I'd like to have a resident speak to you.
My name is Alan Roscoff, and I live at 450 West 17th Street, the Caledonia, and I've been there from the beginning, and I've watched One Oak. I walk my dog every 4 or 5 hours. He's 16 years old, and I even late at night, and they're very orderly. They're a credit to the community. They provide security because their presence makes the block more secure, and they're very orderly. People stand in line, and people in the building, everybody I know really thinks they're wonderful. And I want to say that I was involved in the fight for marriage equality, and one of the organizations asked them to donate alcohol to a fundraiser, and they were told, our alcohol is not allowed off the premises. I've never heard anybody actually adhere to that, and they made a $500 donation. They really stick to the rules, and they're a credit, and they hire a lot of people, and the staff in front is very professional and very nice to the residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Elaine, I'm sorry. My name is Elaine Schulman, and I house sit for a family that is often traveling. And I bring in groceries often late at night after meetings. And I appreciate the kind of business and security because in walking alone as a senior, I'm aware of the presence that is helping that area. And when I go and take a taxi late at night in front of the establishment, I'm so pleased that they have this good security, and it really makes for a safer place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Miguel Acevedo. I'm the Resident Association President at Robert Fulton Houses. May I
give you guys some photos I have present?
Sure.
Robert Fulton Houses is a public housing development that's on 17th Street between 9th and 10th Avenue. We also go on 16th and 19th Street. We've been there for over 50 years. If there's a business that's been very supportive to Fulton Houses residents, which we have many low-income and many seniors that live in the development, it's been One Oak. Since day one, they got there, the first thing they have done is reached out to my neighbors, to the kids that you see who's been here since this morning waiting patiently to show their faces so they tell you that they're here in support. I host National Night Out Against Crime with the 10th Precinct and PSA 4 annually for the last 8 years. One Oak is my biggest sponsor. Every hamburger, every hot dog, every beverage, every condiment, anything that comes to that barbecue is donated through One Oak. We have annual trips to Rye Playline, to Stone Farms, and sponsored by One Oak. The kids here personally know the owners of One Oak. That's how supportive that they are to my residents and my community. It's not like a business that just comes to the community, they're there, they donate a check, and nobody knows who they are. My kids and my senior citizens appreciate everything that's been done by One Oak since the day that they've been there. It's not like somebody who gets there, they're a club, and they forget about the community. They care about the community, and they do everything to support my families, and I appreciate everything that's been done by them.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Keith Bippy. I'm also a member of the community and a tenant. And this One Oak Club, they're very good. They sponsor trips for our kids, and they're very good to us. And they help us out a lot, especially with the youth. So I vouch for them.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bio Daffin, and I was an intern at One Oak from the summer of 2009 to the summer of 2010. And, you know, when they asked me to come speak on their behalf, I agreed immediately because I have a tremendous respect for Scott and Richie, who have been a mentor and role models to me as when I came here for school and some of the possibilities that were put in front of me and understanding what I could achieve and accomplish here in New York City. You know, they've shared with me a lot of different values and paying attention and really being attentive to how you run a business and how you treat the people that come to your business and how do you engage with the community. And so, you know, examples of that is the work that I've done and I've been exposed to a lot in the company as a small office. You know, the weekly meetings that we've had and the reviews of making sure that people were conducting themselves in an orderly fashion and making sure that people felt safe and secure. And then as well as, you know, these events that Miguel has talked about, you know, I help set those things up. And so I think from Scott and Richie, you know, they really think about this as bigger than a business. You know, they're invested themselves into what they're doing. And so it is my pleasure to actually, you know, to speak on their behalf and really talk to you know, how they've conducted themselves in New York and how they've impacted how I think about my time in New York. So. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Kim, Chairman Bradley, Council Flug. My name is Stacy Richmond. I've had the pleasure of appearing in front of Judge Denny Chin in the past. I don't know if you remember me. I'm here because I'm actually friends of Scott Sarciano, Richie Akiva, Jackie Akiva, Richie's sister, and their father, who's actually their uncle, Simon, who's here. Simon, stand up. So you have a little bit of background about these people and who they are and why they are important to New York City. Richie and Jackie essentially were orphaned. Their mother died when Jackie was 5, Richie was 3. Their father was not present, and their uncle, who they refer to as their father, Simon, raised them. They again were raised in Mitchell Lama housing. They are a product of New York City. Scott, raised in the Carolinas, came here to explore New York, went to Columbia, and their passion is hospitality. And Richie, through his experiences, coming from where he came from in New York, he understood the importance of everyone in New York City. their concept of diversity, inclusion. This is not a club that charges an entrance fee so that they can make money off the door. This is a club to encourage people to come together, to meet one another, to develop business and experience, and also to have a respite from, of course, our daily work lives, which is quite harrowing here in New York. They have created something that is special. They have been in business for the last 9 years. They take great pride in their business. They are terribly disappointed that they have to come and stand here before you as they are now. Their commitment to the community, I think, without threat of prosecution is quite clear because they have been committed to the community for their entire careers, not just while at One Oak, but throughout. I literally have known these people and have seen their commitment. In terms of where they wish to go, they wish to be important members of the New York City community, to remain part of the community, and to continue to contribute to our community. They're very proud of the families that they support. They are very stressed because in terms of the agreement that we have before them, they have 67 families that are relying upon them just at One Oak alone. Their contributions to those families, they take quite seriously. And I've been so committed to my concern for them here before you that I even took the alcohol training awareness program, so if this whole law thing for me doesn't work out, I have another opportunity. Quite frankly, Commissioner, Chairman, our concern is that you recognize these individuals are not fly-by-night operators. These are people that are of New York, for New York, and part of the community, that are very respectful of the community. The errors that have gone before, they have gone out of their way to correct. If any suggestion is made to them, they jump on it tenfold. Somebody suggested a certain type of ID checker. They got 6 of them. They wish to be excellent partners. Yes, any type of camera anybody has suggested, they've redone their camera systems. Anything that they need, they seek to properly reach out, properly participate. The miscommunications that have brought them to this point are so painful to them as a business and in terms of how they wish to be seen within the community. And the impact of just the shadow of this has been devastating to them, to what they're trying to do for others, and to how they can help the community. We are very hopeful that you will recognize these people as participants, excellent participants in the community, committed to their obligations under the SLA, under the ABC laws, and that you will permit them to go forward. We thank you very, very much for hearing us.
Yep. You can go ahead. Mr. Keefe, I just want to talk to you for a second.
Yes, sir.
One, an enormous, and I can't even quantify how enormous, maybe Council Flug could, as far as resources spent by our agency just defending or prosecuting this matter. Every ounce of our legal department was involved in this because you fought every ounce of it. So you stand up here, and I think you're sincere, I'm not questioning it, but you're telling us that you want to move in the right direction, and the only thing I can say is thankfully your attitude changed, because I wasn't here for it, but I saw a lot, or I heard a lot from the council's office about what went on during these hearings, and I believe it was 30 days of hearings, am I?
Approximately.
And, you know, I just want you to recognize how much resources were spent, and now you're coming and you're telling us, well, we did everything, or at least the majority of the things you're alleging, and we're sorry for it.
I truly wish I could have met you in different circumstances. It's unfortunate that I met you in these circumstances. I think there was a lot of miscommunication. I had different attorneys before. There was a lot of different advice, and I don't know this is not my part of the business, the law, and
well, that was my next question, is you've been in this business for 17 years. From what you
Correct.
say, it's obvious you're successful at it, you and your partner. And it's obvious that you have a number of clubs. And I know I'm not going to sit here and chastise you, because you guys both know this, that without this, it all goes away.
100%.
And we only have to take one of them.
And I plan on being in this business for the rest of my life because it's the only thing I know how to
And
do.
then there'll be, if it happens, there's no more.
I completely understand that.
So you're both clearly smart guys.
So
The most important thing in your businesses are these licenses.
100%.
So I hope you're recognizing that going forward, and the level of the cavalier attitude that we saw initially, I hope has disappeared. And going forward, we're willing to work with everybody.
100%.
Particularly someone who employs as many people as you do. You're clearly well thought of in the community. Both of you both support the community. I don't know whether you recognize the amount of people that rely on you guys for their livelihoods. And all of that could have gone away over really stuff that you could have controlled. And I hope going forward you will control it.
And I deeply apologize for it, and I regret it. The cavalier attitude, I was not present for
Well, I
that.
mean, just the organization's cavalier attitude as far as fighting every issue of this, which you have every right to do. But it's very odd in this agency for us to now enter into an agreement with you after we have already proven what we needed to prove. This is not a common thing here. Normally, it would not be going in this direction, and I think that these people here, as well as the fact that your history is not significantly bad before this. I don't know what happened in 2013, but prior to that, it seemed like you guys were doing fine, and hopefully going forward, you'll do fine. The fine that we're imposing is basically a reflection on how serious we saw these charges.
Understand completely.
So I'm going to vote to approve the agreement. I don't know if Commissioner Kim has anything to add.
Yeah, I mean, I think just addressing we'll go through the proceedings for the record. So we are going to sustain, in the first proceeding, sustain charges 1 through 6. In the second proceeding, sustain 5, 6, 7, 11, 13, 14. Dismiss 1 through 4, 8, 9, 10, 12. That's all in the second proceeding. In third proceeding, fourth proceeding, fifth proceeding, we sustain all the charges. Sixth proceeding, we withdraw those charges. And then the seventh proceeding, we will sustain the charges. Does that cover
Yes.
everything?
And
Mr. McGrath?
And the additional case.
And that's the sustained charges which you just enumerated. Now, there are 2 other cases that this global settlement will include. And those 2 are, they're the case 862 of 15 and 1549 of 15.
Those are the docket numbers, the case numbers.
104931 and 105460.
I don't have that before me, so
Calendars for the September.
They're the C and Cs.
Can we move them forward?
can we combine it?
Yes.
Yeah, I can do all that.
Excuse me, Richie.
But I don't know, do you know what the charges are?
No, so somebody's got to tell us what the charges are.
The charges was disorderly premise
Disorderly.
for a stabbing
What are
of
the
a
charges?
basketball
Disorderly premise?
player.
This is the,
This is the Copeland
Disorderly,
case.
okay.
And the other one was not having food. So those are the two
Failure
cases.
to conform to application.
do you have food now?
Yes. And part of the submission is a copy. There was an application that was approved by the authority to do away with the kitchen, but to have a prep area. And the submission shows you the area and shows you the menu. And the food is on the premises now.
Okay, so we
The only comment I would like to make is that thank goodness Mr. McGrath got involved in this matter because your attitude was completely cavalier. You had 8, 9 notices of pleading from the authority. You talk about how hands-on you are, but yet nothing was done to correct any of this until Kevin McGrath was brought in maybe 3 weeks ago. None of this new security plan was put forth before. You didn't address the food issues, very basic things that could have been done until suddenly there's a new attorney. So if Mr. McGrath was the licensee, I'd have no concerns worrying that he'd be he'd be compliant, but you're the licensee. And apparently it took a large awakening to get you to wake up and realize that you have problems.
Ms. Fleur, I can say that since I've been involved, I have gotten nothing but consideration and cooperation from the two principals. And matter of fact, when a suggestion was made, they wanted to understand it, they were entitled to understand it, and they immediately acted. And, for instance, the training, they immediately hired somebody to train, they hired somebody who trained 150 of their employees, not the 67 there. And with respect to the security, they made recommendations, they made it that we had to interview, or they had to interview 4 or 5 companies. And then they finally decided on a company that had a proven record for security in this type of industry.
And so to be clear, there will be no minors permitted in the establishment, period.
I just want to explain that we don't have a cavalier attitude. It was wrong counseling at the time. And yes, I am hands-on, but I take advice from people who know a situation better than me. I know what I know how to do best, and I let people who know what they do best tell me exactly what to do. So I want you to understand that I don't have a cavalier attitude. I've never been that way. I've always have been respectful and like when I say I'm hands-on, anytime anyone has asked me to do anything from the precinct to the captains to anyone, I've always jumped right on it. I've yelled at my staff. I've said, we have to do it this way, we have to do that way. They said, get more cameras, get more cameras, get more security, get more security.
And we're in agreement, as Council Flug was asking, that no minors will come in, because I know there was something that I read that said there would be exceptions made if they were with celebrities or something like that for underage, but nobody under 21.
There's sometimes performances and programming of performances that are people that they're there, they do their job, they DJ, then they leave. They don't drink, they don't hang out, they don't party.
You're talking about employees. You're talking about somebody that you hired to come in?
Yes.
Yeah, that's.
Not only employees, but
employees
contractors.
and like when we do events, private events, we do sweet 16s with no alcohol. We do bar mitzvahs. We do things of this nature all the time. We support.
But in a regular course of the evening, unless they are hired to perform, then they won't be allowed in. Just because they're with XY person, you can't make an exception for someone who's 21 just to have them come in as a guest.
Correct.
Is that clear? Or
that's clear.
That was her question. So
that's clear, Ms. Flug. But I don't understand if someone, let's say, Mr. McGrath comes in with his daughter, who's 19 years old, and
No, he should not be coming in with his daughter who's 19 years old because his daughter is less than 21.
okay.
This is the first time Mr. McGrath never mentioned that you do bar mitzvahs or other private events. You have a private catered event. Obviously, there are going to be 13-year-olds at a bar mitzvah. I don't have a problem with that. I don't know the members do.
we don't have a problem with that.
No, we're talking about when you're operating as a club, there's no one under 21 in the club other than a performer or an employee.
Okay.
Are we clear on that? We're clear? We're good?
Yes.
Okay.
We're clear. So the request has been that the compromise be voted on today and the suspension be forthwith.
Okay, so I had my vote on the different charges. There's a CNC offer of 7-day suspension and $125,000 fine, and I'll accept that.
I'll accept as well. The suspension's forthwith?
Forthwith.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Good luck. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. $1781 M&H Liquors.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner. My name is.
We can hear you.
My name is Naud Atzbaha. I'm president of MNH Liquor LLC, location 2812-2814 Frederick Douglass Boulevard. I was in a last visit, and I request to be with my attorney. Unfortunately, we couldn't make it because I've been informed by.
Because why?
I've been informed by Mr. Chairman. As you said, there is no need to hire any attorney or spend money. So I was discussed with my attorneys, and today I'm here. And I'm sure you will consider my proposal and consider my case and to decide it, the decision, and it's up to the chairman and commissioner.
Yeah, he didn't, and
Yeah,
he's
I
got,
understand.
his attorney told him he didn't need an attorney.
Oh. I would like to consider my case and my proposals.
There's opposition here.
Yeah.
Have we, are you all in opposition? Have we heard from all of you already? No? Well, whoever hasn't, why don't we let them speak? Whoever we haven't heard from, why don't you come up and speak? Because this was on previously, that's why.
Good afternoon. Donald Cook. I live at 301 West 154th Street in the heart of that community that's before you guys. And I just wanted to say that, you know, I can count vividly right now in, say, 6-7 square block radius, 7 to 8 liquor stores. And, you know, when you have that many liquor establishment, the area is already sated with that service and with that product. I'm more concerned about the kids in the neighborhood. I have a 16-year-old, and you know sometimes that product gets into the hands. They get a little euphoric and they get out of hand. The neighborhood is already violent enough, and I'm a bit concerned with that kind of business being added to the neighborhood. I'm all for commerce in the neighborhood, but I'm for commerce that is going to help the kids. I mean, obviously the kids can't work at a liquor store; they're not going to learn that. So you know, some kind of like restaurant, clothing stores, some that you know the kids could participate in. I'd be all for that. But as I said, the neighborhood is already safe with liquor stores. It's violence attached to it. There's vagrancies attached to it. There's unsightly people sometimes standing outside asking for money, and you know, I think we have enough in that neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm the manager at the.
Could you talk into the microphone so I can hear you?
Yes. My name is Babakar Fall. I'm the manager at the Daily Food on 153rd Street. And I'm here regarding the upcoming no liquor store on 151st Street. And then we already have a problem with the old one. And I think opening another one just a couple of blocks away is going to bring a lot more violence. So we really came here to see if you guys can, you know, do something about this.
Okay, thank you.
No, you're welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Reverend Al Taylor, and I believe in the records there is a letter from the Office of Assemblyman Farrell standing in support of the community. I am his chief of staff, but I'm also a pastor in the community, and to add one more liquor store to that community, it's like the straw that would break the camel's back. Also, he was here earlier, Malcolm Punter, who I work with in the community with HCCI. He's the executive vice president for community improvement, Harlem Congregations for Community Improvement. He had to take another meeting.
We have his letter.
Okay, they're also in opposition. So I just wanted to share that and go on the record.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Come up, please.
Okay, Mr. Commissioner and Chairman. I would like to mention one thing, and what's the unique MNH liquor store offering to the community? I need to mention this. We are unique and different. Open counter, upcasing, wine and spirits, boutique store, great selection of wine and spirits, local distilled New York State liquor and wine, free wine tasting, free wine member clubs, free delivery, free gift wrapping, custom gift baskets, special order, special discount, and special media connection, and so on. So I would like to take place and consider from other unique stores, and as well, our goal is to operate sustainable business to share our passion and our products with our customers. Our customer plan and ambition is to enable community people to enter open liquor store without bulletproof glass and participate luxury lifestyle with pleasant experience. We trial our community and customs like family, wherever our one knows your name on it. So that is our goal to the community and different from other stores. So that's what I'd like to mention.
Okay.
So, no, I think it's been made very clear by a large number of the community, the police department, elected officials, that this location just doesn't add any public convenience and advantage. You've got a number of stores, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stores within half a mile. One was just issued in March of 2014. Another was issued less than 2 years ago. And, you know, I think it's pretty clear that there's no need for another store at this time in respect to the public convenience and advantage equation. So I vote to deny.
I agree with Commissioner Kim that there's 5 stores within a half a mile, and it's obvious the community does not want another one. It wasn't just elected officials, but we considered your store or your application earlier, and we had a number of community groups. We had representatives of the Wrangell houses and the Polo Ground houses, all within walking distance of your proposed location. The Chamber of Commerce didn't want it. I don't think it's you as an applicant. I think it's the location you have. You probably are a very good applicant, but the location just isn't acceptable. So I vote to deny as well.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
1727, Hempstead Best Deli.
Good afternoon. My name is Ahmed. I'm the owner for Hempstead Best Deli. Sir, excuse me, can I handle some paper to you?
Yes.
This is the sign for the values of the company.
So your argument is that you sell your beer for $1.50 and the police report has you selling for $2.50?
Yeah, not
so you're
me.
saying
I
it's
mean,
not your
my employer, he do a statement and he say everything for his statement, and this is the minor statement. So if you take the area from Jamaica Center to cross Nassau County, the price is not going to be $2.50 for 16 ounce. Bad weather. You know, there's too many places there and have liquor license. And my employer said he didn't sell it to the person. And
You have video in your store?
Huh?
You have video in your store?
I have video, but this was a long time ago.
It what?
About we closed like 10.
It was gone already. Okay.
And I was sick in the hospital. I was have my mouth was shut because I have broken jaw.
So you're saying that your adjacent stores all sell the same Bud Light for $2.50? Do they?
What he says, $2.50, never. Not in my store, in the whole area.
They sell for $2.50. You're the only store that sells it for $1.50?
All stores sell it for between $1.50 to $1.75. This person is wrong. I think he buy this somewhere else, but whole area, whole stores never sell 16 ounce for $2.50. This person.
Oh, you're saying the number 250 is wrong, just not that it was the store next to you.
No, I'm saying the price is wrong. because we sell it to, 150, and the minor sell 250 here. There's nobody sells 16 ounce for 250. He gets coming to give us ticket anyway, any kind of way.
This is a common statement that we hear from licensees in sales to minor
You see that
cases.
this
They argue
employer,
that
excuse
the
me.
price that it was sold for isn't the price that they
Different,
sell
that's
for.
Excuse me, same employer, he do before one ticket. When I ask him, he say, yes, I do. I accept the penalty right away. I told my lawyer, I accept the decision. But now my employer who give me a statement.
But
and
let me ask you this, the police officer went directly into your store after the sale was made?
Yeah.
The sale was made on November 6th.
Uh-huh.
The police officer came in that night and gave a ticket, November 6th.
Yes.
And you're telling me the surveillance tape wasn't available on November 6th?
What is that?
Do you have surveillance videotape in your store?
In this time?
No, then.
I have now.
Did you then?
No.
Why'd you get it now?
What happened?
Why do you have it now?
I have it now because my DVR was, have something, the ship and everything. I just changed it before 2 months, 3 months.
So you're telling me on November 6th you didn't have surveillance tape?
No.
All right, I'm ready.
All right. This is your second violation within 5 months. I have 6,000.
6,000.
$17.84, Sam Springroll.
He's slow.
Hello, Board. Good afternoon, members of the Board. My name is Marek Shfaid of Restaurant Solutions. I'm here representing Sam and Sam Springwell. I believe we're here because the Community Board does not agree with us with selling beer until 2 a.m.
It sounds like the relationship between you and the community, your client and the Community Board fell apart.
We tried to reason with Community Board. I didn't understand why there was such a big controversy over us being open until 2 a.m. It's not a bar. They try to convince us that this is going to be a bar, and it isn't. It's custom made spring rolls to order. Sam has been a resident of the area since she was born. She lived there. She lives there. She spent her life savings and inheritance to open up the store. This is a passion.
Sorry to interrupt you. Can I ask about that? Because the application just says that Samantha Chu, but then on the website, it says Sam Springroll with her business partner. Who is this business partner?
I have no idea.
So I have
This is Samantha.
Are you Samantha Chu? Okay, please step to the microphone.
Hi, I'm Samantha Chu. I have a business partner, which is also part of the community, but
Who is your business partner?
he's someone that doesn't want to be known. He does have a name, and he has an. I could disclose it now. It's Peter Stratigakis, and he's from the community. He does buildings, real estate development, property management.
So, he's your partner. What capacity is your partner?
He's my
50% business owner?
30%.
30%.
So he mentors me, and I'm the face of the place. I created the menu. I created the
Right.
recipe.
So why isn't he on the application as an owner?
Because
Anybody with 10% or more,
he's more. We haven't done
or anybody with ownership.
We haven't done the legal aspect yet. So technically, right now, I'm the only owner.
But did he give you money to invest in this?
He built the place out, and the rest of the money is from me.
And does he have any liquor licenses?
No, he doesn't.
Has he ever had any liquor licenses?
No,
He's never been in the restaurant business?
no.
So how did you come to this agreement that he's going to be a 30% owner, and when is he going to be a 30% owner?
He is
Well,
now.
We've
Already
been
invested
friends
his
for a
money.
long time, so we're just doing this together. and I started this concept, and
But you understand where we're coming. We're not trying to, it's not a witch hunt or anything. Do you understand why we need to know
Yeah.
why there is this process of disclosing all the owners? Do you understand why?
yes, I understand.
Because there are people who are prohibited from holding liquor licenses, for example, felons and people convicted of felonies and whatnot. And for other reasons, people who've had a bad adverse history who are forbidden from holding liquor licenses sometimes for 2 years and whatnot. So if you had this license approved even, and we find out later someone else has an ownership interest, you would actually lose that. That's what availing and all of these other kind of charges that you've probably been watching all day. So you can't just come in and, have this verbal agreement, give them 30% of the profit as like an owner and disclose that you're the only owner. Do you understand that? Your representative could probably better explain that to you.
I don't really think that Samantha understands the whole concept of it. It was probably, I'm come to understanding of this issue right now. We will amend the application. I met the individual once at the very beginning, and it was conveyed to me that he was going to build out the place as a contractor. We're ready to amend the application if, obviously.
Well, I think you'll have to withdraw the application and submit a new one.
There's too much information that we do not have before us to have the members be able to act on this, and to amend it with a new investor, it's not something we would.
So I think you want to withdraw it because you don't want us to vote on it right now.
Okay.
So are you withdrawing it?
Yes, we are.
And the community board aspect too, you said you don't really understand why, but I think a lot of it is not necessarily the bar inside, but they had pictures that they sent, residents sent, people just ending up congregating outside at 2, 3 a.m. and they want to sleep. And I think just having any store, any restaurant, any business with alcohol, they're saying promotes people hanging out outside smoking and whatnot. So it's a noise issue, it's a quality of life issue. That's just FYI, so when you do go back to the community board, because you're going to have to disclose to them the new investor as well.
Yes.
Because if they are unhappy with you, we're going to end up making a decision, and it's better that you two together make the decision than us making it, as far as the hours and things like that. Anything you can work out with them is going to be better for you.
I understand. Can we?
So we have to redo this. I have 2 bars next to me. That's a straight bar with no food.
You own those too?
No, I don't. But the noise are coming from there. Right now, I'm still soft opening, and people just come here to eat. So.
I have pictures to.
No, the community board understands that, but what their concern is that is even going to get worse if they open up another one with alcohol in it. That's what they're concerned about. So you need to reassure them somehow, and I don't know how to do that that's not going to be the case.
I don't think they're saying you're the cause of it, but it's kind of in this location anyway, in this area, it's kind of like one more, and it just kind of adds on, and it just compounds the problem for the community. That's how they look at it. And, so with that in mind, with the new application, you really need to go in and discuss with them and basically try to help them understand what your business model is and why it's not going to add on to the concerns that they have now.
And who's involved in your business.
Right, you have to fully disclose.
Yeah, and if you satisfy them, the application may be able to be acted on locally. As long as there's no community board opposition, it doesn't have to come here.
Right.
You aware that we did receive other opposition? On
Yes.
the
I mean,
application? You did have copies of those?
I mean, everyone here is in support.
Okay.
Right.
Well, we had the
Yeah.
tenants of 19 Essex Street also submitted documentation to us in
We,
opposition.
we submitted 400 signed
So it seems like
signatures.
they want you to close at midnight. You want to close at 2, and that seems to be the biggest difference. Sometimes you can go in there, and just like what we do sometimes is you could say you can start at midnight, prove you're a good operator, and then they're happy to do that, and maybe you can negotiate something like that.
Do that here and just say I'll close at midnight.
No, right now.
No, you have to submit a whole new application
Because of the other
disclosing your other
person's-
investor. I mean, your spring rolls look fantastic. I would
But
love
what
to have
she's,
them right
but
now.
what,
Really hurts the business, and people want to have
Right.
beer.
But we need to know everything We need to know everything that's going on with your application. We need to know everyone involved.
And the community also, somebody suggested they might even be open to an eating beer license, which doesn't allow you to have wine, but it allows you to have beer. If you're saying that people are looking for beer, they might be more open to that. So those are the things you need to discuss with the community board. And as CEO O'Brien said, when you go out there, you might be able to get it settled and not have to come before us again. And it might just get approved from our licensing department.
It's just very difficult working with Susan Stetzer. Once she makes up her mind, it's all over. It's done. She was trying to explain us what our concept is, and we're trying to tell her, no, it's not. Just take a look. And she's like, no, I already know. I already know.
But it sounds like Ms.
She doesn't
Chu's
have a
open.
vote there.
Yeah, but it sounds like you're open.
No, she runs it. She runs it.
Talk to her about it.
She
and
steamrolls.
That's the main thing. You should talk to them about it. But if you say you're open till midnight to start, they might be open to it, more likely.
It depends on how complete it is when it comes in. I will say that you can send it to my attention. You don't have to send it to the lockbox.
Okay.
So I'll take that time period away from
I
you.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
1782, Aiden Express Deli.
Fantastic. They have a sauce that's called crack sauce.
Are you going to go there today?
You don't go to the websites?
No, we don't even have a computer in here.
I'm sorry, what was that?
1782.
The applicant, Timothy Allen.
Okay, go.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Here.
I'm actually asking to put this over if possible. He just contacted me last week, and I have some documents that the prior owners at this location, under the prior owner, and that he didn't purchase the business from 147th Street Deli, Inc. I have a contract that he purchased the business from Aiden One Deli, Inc., which was the prior tenant, which was an unlicensed operator. They never had a beer license, but he never purchased from 147th Street Deli. So appears like there's a number of mistakes with the application, and I'm still trying to get the application. I don't have a copy of it. I didn't file it, so I'm wondering if you could put it over.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Jackie? Well, I'm sorry.
He wants to put it over.
Sure.
What date?
September 1st.
Is that good?
Good, here.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry about that, zoned out. 1732, Zombie Hut.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Kim, Chairman Bradley, Thomas McCown on behalf of Zombie Hut. There was a late
Emailed you that?
late submission on my controversion, so I was
I
in the
got it.
building and I'm here. So any questions you have, what I did leave out of the controversion was licensee. It's been a licensee since 2003, and no adverse history. And what's before you is really the result of a March task force. In addition, we met with Charles Stravali, and I provided to him a list of an amended method of operation, diagram, a number of different things. So I think we've remedied most of the issues here.
See a vote for the backyard?
There's no certificate of occupancy. I submitted the certificate of completion, which was addressed, and that was one of the exhibits at the hearing. And that the architect certified it, so none required.
Okay.
But again, it's been a good licensee, and some of it was clearly confusion. I was at the
And the
hearing.
security guard took their refresher class?
There is no security guard, and that's in large part what's been going on. And in fact, what I submitted to enforcement was an affidavit from the owner. The owner was mistaken in that she thought she was required to have a security guard, and I said, you do not. If you have security staff, then it's a requirement. But at this point, this is a small, neighborhood tavern lounge, and in fact, I think what happens is the task force came in, and it's almost counterintuitive, and they asked him who's in security, and the woman said she was security, but that was also confusing also. But the affidavit clearly states they're not going to have security. They never wanted security, and the only reason she had security is because she thought she was compelled to have it. And in fact, I submitted a letter from the insurance carrier that said your premiums will rise if in fact you have security staff, which again is also counterintuitive. So there's no security, no bouncers, none needed, and no longer the case. I think it was just
food?
the confusion. What's that?
The food?
The food was there. I think the same thing. I think the members have heard this a number of times. When a task force rolls in and you have 7 different agencies, there's a little chaos going on. So the food was there. And again, Investigator Pope wasn't clear as to who we spoke to, who we requested food from. And again, as far as substantial evidence wasn't there.
So what is the food that they have?
We submitted a menu. I submitted a menu also to enforcement. And again, this isn't fine dining. It's microwavables, it's reheats, it's panini press. So they have that there. But again, when someone comes in and the agencies are all there, I think, people misspoke.
So I'll sustain 1, 2, 4, and 5, dismiss 3 and 6, and because of their excellent past history, I'll just do 1,000.
Okay.
I'll agree with that.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Go ahead.
She needs this back for this Jackie's copy.
That's okay. Yep, 1799 P&S Spirits.
1799.
Yes, 1799 this time.
Good afternoon. My name is Phil Salages, 1300 Veterans Memorial Highway, Hauppauge, New York. May it please the board.
Did you say you were from the police department? What? I'm sorry.
No, not from the police department. Far from it.
Yeah.
But no, I'm
You're the licensee.
No, I'm not the licensee. I'm the attorney. Sorry for not clarifying that. I'm the attorney for the licensee. I, in addition to Mr. John Springer, who's not an attorney, conducted the hearing in this matter. Mr. Springer, who is my, for lack of a better word, a co-counsel, he's not an attorney, but my colleague in this matter, submitted a statement of mitigation. I'm not sure if you had received it.
We got it.
Okay, wonderful. I know the licensee personally. In addition to him being a client of mine, he's a friend of mine, so I'm here on his behalf.
Again, it happened 5 months after the last charge. Sustain the charge, 6,000.
I'll agree with that, 6,000.
Can I ask the board for some leniency on a few grounds? One, this is a case where the undercover agent was, if I may, if you've seen the picture, he's an older-looking
Doesn't matter what they look like.
Yes, what he's done subsequently, he has taken some subsequent remedial measures. He's made sure that the cameras in the facility are working properly all the time. He also asked.
Seemed like it was working then. They got a good picture of it.
Yes, but it was working. That is correct. But not all the cameras were working because there was a dispute as to whether or not he had asked him as to his age. The undercover said one thing, my client said another thing, and one of the cameras, which was positioning, wasn't working
But
properly.
he still needs to look at the ID. It's not just a verbal confirmation, right?
Understood. You're 100% right. He's IDing everyone now with the exception of elderly people.
Okay.
And he actually had me one day come into the store for a few hours to go over ways that he could improve his business and suggestions that I've made. So what I would respectfully request is that this is a business that they're trying to do the right thing. And this is the thing that's important. Subsequent to this particular incident, an undercover agent came into the store again to sell. And my client did not sell to that person. And so that's a situation where he is abiding by the rules and he's trying to do the right thing. And what I would respectfully request is that if you could downward depart with your policies and respectfully request some leniency with respect to the fine.
It's up to you.
It's up to you.
I'll drop it 500, but just so you're aware, he doesn't get credit for following the law. So the fact that he actually, an undercover came in and he actually asked him for ID, that's not why I'm doing it. I'm doing it because this is basically his last shot. So 5,500.
All right, I'll agree.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you so much for the consideration. And when does he have to pay that by?
We'll be sending out a letter within the week. He'll give him about 30 days.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much again. Have a wonderful day.
You too.
You too.
Do you want to continue? I want to take 5 minutes. Okay, I'm asking for 5 minutes.
Oh, okay.
5 minutes.
When you've
We're gonna
already
need
made
five-
the decision, don't.
We're going to be making a 5-minute recess. reconvening. We'll finish up the remaining items, starting with 1719.
So did they pay their?
I can't check anymore.
Oh. Well, because
I can probably
if they haven't, it's very
They were
different.
trying to, I mean, but I don't think it was.
All right, let's see.
Right, because our penalties will call for.
5938. For this last one.
Yeah, try that one. They might have.
Go in status.
Nope.
Secretary's office.
Secretaries.
I have 10,000. Otherwise, if it's not paid, then it's cancel and bond according to.
There was one, yeah, they did pay.
All right,
On,
10,000.
10,000.
1720,
3,000.
3,000.
1721.
6,000.
6,000.
It's a counter.
Thank you. I'm looking, going.
Yeah, sorry. I should tell you what the offer is.
1722.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
1723.
1,500.
I'll agree with that, 1,500.
1724.
Offer of 350. Accept.
Accept.
25.
1,500.
1,500.
1726.
Offer of 1,000. Accept.
Accept.
1728, I have a request from Attorney Palillo to adjourn to 9/1.
It says here the offer licensee has made an offer of 5,000 civil penalty, but we have here offer 6,500.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Oh, the actual offer itself in his letter is 6,500.
Yes.
Okay.
The memo was wrong. I
Okay.
generally don't
So,
correct those.
September 1st.
9/1. 1730, I received an email request today from Attorney, where is it? Gabay. He's the one who submitted a late he submitted the CNC, faxed it to our office the day before the hearing. But I don't know if these hearings were held off-site. That's why it didn't match up. And he was defaulted at the hearing. So he's asking for an adjournment to come in and speak to the board.
Okay.
9/1?
Yep.
Yep.
Got it. 1731?
7,500.
I have 7,500 as well.
1734?
I have, did they pay this? It's due by 8/21/15 at
8/21.
3,000.
I can't check.
What am I looking at?
Case number 105676.
Okay, I guess the company's dissolved and licensee's away and nephew and brother are managing.
And where is, so the
I
license
actually
is still
called the-
working?
I called the phone number on the CNC that is signed by the licensee and put down as her phone number. I called there. First, the man who answered said that he didn't know of her, never heard of her. Then he told me that he was her brother. After I identified that I was with the State Liquor Authority, and I asked who submitted this. He didn't really have any answers. He said that she was in the Dominican Republic and says that he's the power of attorney. I then got a phone call from attorney Bert Levine, and I spoke to him about this. He wasn't retained on this case. He was retained on the other case, the sale to minor, and I explained the issues to him and that I had concerns about availing here and asked for the licensee to appear today. I never heard back from the attorney, and nobody's appeared here.
So we try one more time and then.
Okay.
You want it over?
Yes, please.
9/1.
For the licensee to appear?
Yes.
$1735.
Offer of 3,000, accept.
Postpone.
Oh, sorry.
Request from Attorney Palillo. He's on vacation, would like this carried over.
Even though they made an offer?
3. Yes, he had 3 items.
All right.
9/1.
He's just always on vacation,
On vacation.
And I'm just jealous.
in the Caribbean.
That's why he's always tanned when he comes.
Yeah, because he
Yeah.
does
The tan was fading, I'm
appearances on
sure.
Sales to
1736.
minors that he's getting 3,000.
1936, offer of 3,000, accept.
Accept.
1737.
37, offer of 5,000, accept.
Accept.
1738.
I'm sorry, on 1737, I actually reached out to Kevin O'Donoghue because there was no information about what their food situation was now and if they had food. And Mr. O'Donoghue said they would be submitting something by today, and I haven't received anything. I don't know if Secretary's office received. They made the kitchen into a dance floor. And there was no alteration application. And Mr. O'Donoghue told me that it was his firm's belief that you couldn't file an alteration application while a disciplinary was pending. And I told him that was incorrect. It might not be acted upon because of a disciplinary, but that he should, by all means, should have filed this alteration application. I had not heard back from Mr. O'Donoghue.
And generally, if it's to cure a,
Yes, and I told him
would
if
have
it was
acted
to,
on it.
yes, if it was to come into compliance, we wouldn't 589 it, we would approve the alteration application. He said it was brand new news to him, which I questioned since he works with Joe Levy. But I never heard back from Mr. O'Donoghue.
They're closed right now, right? By the DOB, they closed them?
I don't think
Says
so.
Ava Lipinska, no recent 311 call since this March inspection when the location was closed by the DOB due to no valid C of O, no public assembly.
If they were closed, then he would have had to turn the license in for safekeeping.
No, but they're not now because it
Yes.
says, per DOB, there are no current outstanding violations, so they must have fixed it. We can put this over if you want to see what he says.
All right. 9-1.
Yep, 9-1.
Next one's a workers' comp.
9+ years, what do we do with that?
Well, they came into
Yeah,
compliance.
Under the formula, they owe like $67,000.
I'm going to say, yeah, you might want to rethink that formula.
Yeah, I think we
Yes.
gotta rethink it.
But this case is also, the notice of pleading is from 2004.
2004?
Yeah.
Hold on, the one, yes, that's attached here.
That is the one.
We're still cleaning out a few things that we
No,
find
this,
in
the pleading is not the right one. I won't even go there. That got attached.
Oh, that's an
Probably
older,
one
oh,
that-
that's an
it's one of
older
their
one?
older site, yeah. Case number 18375. I think we might have finished that one by now.
I would hope.
This is a straight no contest.
So what do we do? Letter of warning? I mean, what?
I would think since they came into compliance.
Yeah, letter of warning.
Letter of warning.
1739,
Offer 500, accept.
Accept.
1740,
Okay, no food. This is also workers' comp.
what under
Do they
improper
have it
conduct?
now?
No,
Do
it's
they
improper
have
conduct.
workman's comp now? And are they serving food?
I don't know, this did not come through our workers' comp system with the stop work orders. This came through a March inspection. My suggestion was either cancel
Well,
and
they
bond
default
or
them.
adjourn for the licensee to appear. Because there's
Cancel and
no
they'll come
food
in.
and no menu.
Yeah, let's
All right,
just
we'll
cancel
and they'll come and cancel and bond.
It will get their attention.
it. Yeah, they don't seem too worried about fixing anything.
In 1744, I don't really have the plea of letter of warning. It was on here, and we've been asking for it. We don't, it's not scanned. No one can seem to find it.
There's no bond either, right? Why
You
no
don't-
bond?
There's no bond because the violation occurred after, and we didn't issue the license
I
during
had-
that time period.
Yeah, Bob had sent me this letter, and I approved the offer of letter of warning. I don't know if they submitted it in writing, but,
No, not that we can find.
I'm sorry, Jonathan, did you need?
Okay.
So the offer, letter of
I
warning?
don't, I mean,
What's the problem with this?
a letter of warning generally for renewal cases is when they've have an established a history of 20 years with no adverse. This has been licensed for 3. Not sure if they have extenuating circumstances.
And have they renewed yet?
Oh, yeah, they renewed.
Yeah. They have their license.
So why is there no bond? That's what I don't understand.
Okay. Okay, the bond, there is a bond, however, I cannot claim it. Okay, the bond is effective during when a license is issued. If we don't issue the license until the 10th or the 15th, or I have to figure out when this one was issued, then there's a gap where they're not unlicensed, the violation occurs during that unlicensed period,
Oh, there's no
then
bond.
then the
okay.
bond is unavailable to
I
claim. Let me
see.
put it this way, the bond is unavailable to claim, but I don't want to write a
Right,
novel for you.
right, okay. So now there is one, it just happens
Well,
that
they
when
have
the-
one if they happen
when
to
this
have.
violation occurred, there wasn't one.
Right. She's been licensed
Oh,
for,
probably 10 of them.
So, I mean,
So what are we
so
doing?
it'd be 250 otherwise, right?
Yeah, 250. Well, is this a?
No, it'd be 500.
no, she's been licensed for 15 years.
15 years?
But this is not, it's a new license. Unless it transferred into something, that's a 126 is a newer license.
Yeah.
Or did anyone really see the history?
Says adverse
Yes.
history, none.
Well, from 2012.
Yeah. Hey, that's pretty good, though. For some of
Hey.
So what is this, a counteroffer?
No, there's no actual offer in the system.
No. Technically, it should be returned.
Yeah,
to
this
council's
was a
office.
brand-new license.
All right.
It's a new license. They might have been a restaurant there without
Okay.
a
I looked
liquor
up under the
license.
address and I'm not finding
Turn to
anything.
council's office.
Yep.
So do you, as it gets returned to council's office, are the members okay with a letter of warning if she was to submit a CNC with a letter of warning? Or are
Yes,
the
I'm
members-
okay.
Yes.
Okay.
1745,
Offer of 2,000, accept.
Accept.
1746.
Offer of 2,500, accept.
Accept.
1747,
Offer of letter of warning, accept.
Accept.
1748,
Accept of 2,500, offer of 2,500, accept.
Accept.
1749,
Offer 1,000, accept.
Accept.
1751,
I've cancel and bond.
I have cancel and bond as well.
Counter.
For sale in 4 years.
1754, we do have a withdrawal letter on the application.
Withdraw.
What?
Oh, it's, no, it's Buffalo, okay.
You think?
There already is an Anchor Bar in the airport.
Yeah.
Donald? Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
1759,
Offer 250, accept.
Accept.
1760,
Offer CMB, accept. Cancel and bond.
Accept.
CMB, wow.
I'm trying to figure out
Ah,
how
yeah,
short.
1761,
Offer 4,000, accept.
Accept.
1762,
3,000. Because it was 18 years old.
I have 3,000 as well. Should be 30, yes.
Yeah, 'cause
Because he's
it-
7 years
yeah.
without a problem,
All right.
okay.
okay. 1763,
Revoke for the record? This is revoked already, right? We. Yep.
Revoke.
got it. 1764,
Should dismiss 1 and 2.
I agree.
1765,
Dismiss
Dismiss.
1766,
2,500.
20,
They were over 5 years, I think. No.
oh,
what did I
3
do?
years. Yeah, 3,000 I have.
Yeah, 3,000, sorry.
1767,
500.
I agree, 500.
1768,
Dismiss 1 and 2.
I agree. Kansas, I'm
got
sorry.
it, got it, got it. 1769,
Offer CMB, accept.
Accept.
1770,
Offer 5,000, accept.
Why, that was my question. Why, how do we get to 5,000 here, Jackie?
Because it's not their first prosecution, although it's their first for sale for minor, they have adverse history.
Okay, 5,000.
1771 and 72.
I had counter at 9,000.
I was just going to ask that it go back to council's office because this was so low.
Okay.
Yeah, because I was at cancel and bond, to be honest with you.
Yeah, we'll just send it.
You don't want to, you just send it back?
Yeah, send it back.
1773,
Do I save that or throw it away?
throw it away.
Offer CMB, accept. Can I just say
Accept.
CB?
CB, I'll,
You got it? It's
as long
shorter.
as
I
you're
get-
consistent,
Okay,
I will
okay,
get it.
CB.
1774.
Some people think that's community board.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
1775.
Arrested but not convicted. Why do I have that? Dismiss? I had dismiss.
He wasn't convicted? That was a question I had.
The charge is sustained.
And also, why was he not charged with failure to report? Did he, I'm assuming he reported?
You would have had, I'll pull it up.
Letter of controversy.
So the two of them had a relationship. It's
Yeah, it didn't have anything to do with the business.
yeah, that's why I was.
Hold on one moment. 'Cause I'm sorry, documents aren't pulling up here in my. The case started out with the DCJS notification, so it was reported. I'm sorry, just the documents aren't pulling up here.
If he was convicted, it's a Class D felony, then he couldn't hold a license anymore?
If it's a felony, he can't hold a license.
Yeah, so.
Without a certificate of release.
Hold on, it's,
That's why I had a question mark. If he's not convicted, then he's not guilty of this charge.
well, it's the label. Well, it's conduct based on the arrest, even though the label does say conviction corporation.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
even
it's-
arrest?
Well, that's, you gotta, on these ones, you have to really go into the language of the charge.
All right, I'm inclined just to, because it wasn't, I don't think it had anything to do with the business. And since he's not charged with failure to report, we can assume he reported, or?
Yeah, Jackie, I can't open the
Yeah, this,
report of investigation. It's not opening.
it was indicated in the ALJ's report, there's also the matter of licensing
Oh,
failure from the
yeah.
SLA.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we're having computers.
All right, so
So
2,000.
the licensee, if they get arrested, they have to inform the SLA, not on conviction?
Yeah, I'm sure
All
it's
right,
not the
2,000.
first thing they want to do, but
2,000.
1776,
2,000.
2,000.
77,
I had 8,000.
they are out of business unless they
are.
renewed late.
All I can tell you.
If
You
they're
can
out
tell
of
me that one.
business-
Your workflow's working?
Into corporate finance, though.
She had a joint account with the husband for the business.
Cashier drinking on premises.
We didn't have a renewal filed as of 8/4.
Cash commissions on the ATM transactions. That's a nice business. Do we have a bond or no?
Want to cancel?
We can,
They're already closed.
We're just
Yeah.
checking to see if they filed a later renewal.
Derriere. Yes, they renewed. We've
Okay,
been
what-
active until the 2008.
well, what was your number?
They did?
Yep.
I had
When did it
8,000.
All right, 8,000.
8.5.
Okay. 1778,
Offer 4,000, accept.
Hold on.
this was mine.
1778, why don't I have that?
It's a,
Here, it's a sale to minor.
What is it, sale to minor?
It's just a sale to minor, but I don't know, they offered.
Oh, I got it right here. 4,000.
okay.
Oh, here's that Buffalo thing. I knew I had that.
Yeah, 1787, received a request Monday, that's yesterday, from Manny Vidal. And he said he was just retained on the 16th, and they were asking for an adjournment. The full board hearing for the instant license, he wants 2 weeks, that ain't gonna happen. It will not have sufficient time to familiarize himself with the facts and circumstances.
How long does he want the adjournment?
Well, he was saying 2 weeks, figuring generally the board meeting, but it's gonna be 9/1 if you want,
9/1.
if you're inclined.
This was a horrible application.
Yeah, I don't know that it's, Worth the time.
The representative on the record said that she thought the deficiencies we were sending were bordering on harassment.
Huh.
Submit a complete
Nice.
application. Janice Penn.
Who was it?
Janice Penn.
Should attorney?
Yeah.
So you want this over to the first?
Yes,
Okay. You want them to appear?
yes. I think they have to, don't they?
Well, you never
I
know.
would think it's worthy of it.
Must appear.
Probably wouldn't be good if they didn't.
It'll be faster. 1790,
Offer 4,000, accept.
Accept,
1791,
Offer 2,500, accept.
accept,
1792.
Offer CMB, accept.
accept,
Yeah, I'll check on the bond on that one. I think we might be okay. 1793,
Offer letter of warning, accept.
accept,
1794, request to adjourn to the 9-1. This is Attorney Palillo. Again, Mr.
okay.
I
It
adhere
doesn't-
to that. It shouldn't be an OP license. It should be like a tavern license, the way they operate.
Whether I have to look at
The
the
tavern
look into that?
wine.
Is this 9-1?
Yeah, 9-1. Got it. 1796 and 97, I had a request from Terry Flynn asking it to be adjourned. He'll be, the matters are all the hearing when all the charges were dismissed. There should be no prejudice to the authority by, be the granting of the adjournment.
Why does he want the adjournment?
Because if they're going to dismiss it.
Yeah.
Huh?
You're going to just,
We're gonna
he did
dismiss
say
it.
that
Why do-
was- he knows, that, the charges weren't sustained, but he'd like to at least be here. I'm not sure. Didn't offer much more than that.
Can we just dismiss
Yeah.
it?
You can, yes,
Yeah.
and I don't think he'll have any objection.
Well, it just makes me think that he's just billing.
Dismiss.
No, he's
No,
just
he's not- that's-
responsible. He's just
He's not like
responsible.
All right, they're all,
They're
1, 2, and
dismissed.
3 are dismissed.
And I hope he just
I
heard
mean,
us
1,
say
2,
that,
and
Carrie.
then number 1 in the second proceeding,
Yes, agreed.
as unsustained.
All dismissed as charged.
Okay, no. 1798,
Offer 6,000, accept.
Accept,
1801, 1808, sorry,
1808, 6,000.
6,000.
1809,
Offer 1,500, accept.
Accept,
1810,
3,000. Or should that have been 2,500?
yeah, no history in 5
Yeah,
years.
sorry, 2,500.
2,500,
1812,
2,500.
yes, 2,500.
1813,
Offer 2,500, accept.
Accept,
1815,
Offer 1,000, accept.
accept,
1816,
Offer 1,500, accept.
accept,
1817,
Offer 2,000, accept.
accept.
1820,
500.
My question was, do they have workman's comp now?
Well, this was a default.
That's why I'm asking.
I don't have that information. We can put it over.
Or we can just cancel them.
Yes, you can, which was the notation I had.
That's what you have? Yeah, cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
thank you. 1821,
250.
I agree, 250.
1822,
Offer 2,500, accept.
Accept,
1823,
2,000.
2,000.
1824,
I had counter of 15,000 plus 5-day suspension or a civil penalty of
That's what I had too.
25.
No, I had 5 days and 15K.
Okay, that's what, let's do
Well,
that.
it also says that they'll file for a new license, and they haven't done that. Or at least it's not indicated here. I have no problem with the counter.
I talked to,
1825,
what are we doing? Wait,
Counter.
countering
was-
5 and 15,
okay. She said it's a
1825.
tough case, though.
You want to see if this one's renewed, Karen? 315-0257.
I had this as landlord as the owner, and I put CNB.
Nope, no renewal.
No renewal, they haven't renewed.
These people haven't?
Have
Okay,
nope.
so CNB, cancel and bond.
This is 1825, cancel and bond? Okay, cancel and bond.
1826,
Offer 5,000, accept.
Accept.
1827,
Offer 5,500, accept.
Accept.
1828.
Did they restore?
Yep, I believe so. Hang
restored
on.
What do you do
Yeah,
on
the
these?
bond's there.
What do you
If
usually
they
do?
restore, it's 500. If they have,
If they
depending on
haven't,
the
you
dollar
cancel.
amount, then you cancel.
Okay, 500.
1829,
1,500 to 2,000.
Uh, 2,000.
2,000.
1830,
Workers' comp.
This one, they were reinstated that day and seem to have shown information at the hearing, so I don't understand from the decision if there was a lapse or there wasn't. Because the paperwork submitted by Mr. Acosta from Travelers shows, we are pleased to inform you that previously issued to you remains in full force as of the original date of issue. The notice of cancellation originally sent to you is hereby withdrawn. So I didn't understand the judge's decision in light of that. It could just be me. I brought it up with the judge's supervisor who told me that I just don't understand. So. My position would be they came into compliance, so dismiss the
Right.
charge.
Dismiss.
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 1831,
Sustain charges 1 through 5 and 8. Charges 6 and 7 are dismissed. 6,000.
I agree, 6,000.
1832,
3,000.
3,000.
1833,
Offer 5,000, accept.
Accept.
1834,
Offer of letter of warning, accept.
Accept.
I have no more items.
What?
Are we adjourned?
I got some loose papers here.
We don't.
Wanderers.
But since you're all confident that we're done, then I am, yeah, we're adjourned.